You're watching the Cherokee Casino Telequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Telequah.
The takeoff. I'm ready for the weigh-in already. The takeoff is going on right now. That's a look at our destination for the final event of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2019. Lake Tenkiller, an unexpected destination for all of these anglers as of a few weeks ago. But that is what it will be this time around. Circumstances have put us into our makeup date this year, and Lake Tenkiller, this mountain lake in the Ozarks up in the Cookson Hills of Oklahoma, is going to be the place where it all goes down. And sad to think of it, Mark Zona, but there'd be some guys who only have 2 more takeoffs left, including this one.
Yeah, exactly right, Tommy Sanders, last regular season event. And here's the thing that we have learned with Bassmaster Live, really about the last half of a decade, is any tournament, unless it's really in about 3 states up north, in the month of September, always a very challenging proposition. The other thing about it is, look, Tenkiller, it's got them. Sure. It absolutely's got them. But the most challenging factor on this lake, 16-inch size limit for largemouth and smallmouth. And really, you catch 2 or 3 of those a day, you are in the mix.
Those are the gold standard. Everyone's looking to put at least 1 of those in the boat. If you can get 2 or 3, like you say, Z, you're going to be up there way near the top of the leaderboard. Let's take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake, and we take you to the Illinois River. Up in the Ozarks in Arkansas, it breaks 2 ways. The White River goes one way, and the Illinois goes down into Oklahoma, and that's what forms Lake Tenkiller, fairly small body of water in terms of an elite destination.
Exactly right. You're looking at about 20 to 25 miles of water for the dam all the way upriver. And if you break this down into 3 sections, just like any other really upland reservoir we go to, clear water near the dam. As you get mid-lake, where we think a lot of the attention will be, really, then you get past the bridge into the river system of Tenkiller. And this lake has finally, the reason we're here, this lake has stabilized. The water's only it's a couple feet above normal pool right now, which is going to keep that shallow water game in play throughout this tournament. That's your Humminbird lay of the lake.
That's very nice.
Yeah, exactly.
About 130 miles of shoreline here. Lots of creeks, Terrapin Creek, Six Shooter Creek, Elk Creek, all these. It's a true mountain lake.
No doubt about it. And if you talk to a lot of the locals, and we got some great info from Jason Christie. I got to fish here actually 1 year ago. And if you're going to a lake for numbers, granted we were there in March, good time of year, this is where a lot of the anglers go for numbers of bass. And the great thing is you also get to mix in a lot of spotted bass here. And that is going to be a 12-inch limit, which I think you're going to see a lot of guys kind of looking for those potatoes early this morning.
I wouldn't doubt it. Okay, let's take a look at other numbers we're looking at this week. Of course, we're looking at Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. That's a very, very important race. Scott Canterbury went to New York with a deficit, comes out with, you see it right there, a 19-point lead over Drew Cook, Chris Saldane, Bill Lowen, and all the rest of those there. Could we be on a more of an upsetter of a lake as far as this race goes?
I'll tell you the most amazing thing. Last night we got to talk to Scott Canterbury, and I thought he'd be a little bit, have a bundle of nerves, and that was not the case. As calm as could be, and really every time we've got to talk throughout this season, calm, steady, hands on the wheel. He said, look, man, I don't know a lot about this lake. I will fish my strength. I like what I saw in practice. One of the reasons we're going to have a camera with your Angler of the Year leader.
He is solid, that is for sure. Scott Canterbury leading the way. And earlier today, right before the takeoff, go ahead.
I'm going to throw one thing out there. You see the angler in 4th place?
Yeah.
If there is one angler to keep your eye on, in my opinion, in this tournament, I thought about it yesterday, looking at the conditions. Whenever you have a tournament where you're hearing that, oh, it's so tough, that guy right there, Bill Lowen, he is going to be a factor by the end of this week.
All right, we expect to see him in action. We're going to try to see as many guys in action as we can today. Scott Canterbury, will have a camera with him all day long. That goes without saying. And earlier, before the takeoff, he had a chance to chat with our own Dave Mercer.
Of the year later, Scott Canterbury, the last regular season event of the year, and man, before this Elite Series season started, if I told you you'd be sitting in this spot, I bet you would have taken that deal in a heartbeat.
Oh, no doubt. The goal just was to make the classics. Most definitely would I've taken it. I would have taken it even if I wasn't here.
You know, a lot of people will look at your season and be like, well, he must have had tons of experience on all those bodies of water. Half the bodies of water you had never, ever been into. How have you put yourself in this position?
You know, that's pretty tough, but I think a lot of times when we get a bunch of experience on a lake, you know, we get to fish in history and that hurts you. So, you know, I fished off of instincts most of the year, but the good Lord's really blessed me.
I know the points are the same whether it's the first event or the last event, but I can see right now the emotion, the pressure of this title on your shoulders right now. What does it mean to you?
You know, I mean, it's something that we all strive for. It's not just winning a tournament and saying you was the best that week, which everybody wants to do, but it's saying you was the most consistent, you were the best all year long, and that's something that everybody out here and everybody that loves fishing, everybody that fishes tournament wants to do in their career.
It's been an honor to share the stage with you, and I hope I get to see you hold that title.
Well, it can be a little bit overwhelming when you stop and think. Maybe the key is not to stop and think about it.
Pulling for that guy. How about Mercer knocking down a Diet Pepsi or a regular Pepsi that early in the morning? And that's a big thing. With the unofficial TH Marine weather report, our anglers are going to need plenty of agua. I know.
Remember, folks, drink.
It's good to be back, Tommy.
Yes, it is. It's very good to have you here. Mark Zona here in the studio with us, Toyota Bassmaster Studios, as we're still in the middle of the takeoff run. This is one of these rare tournaments where we usually let them fish a little bit before we come on the air. We're going to stay with them all day long because there may be a little something happening this morning.
You know, exactly, and that's the one thing to keep your eye on. There is, from talking to all of our anglers, talking to a lot of the local anglers that fish Tenkiller a lot, there is going to be a top water, very eerily similar to the Angler of the Year tournament last year, to when we fished Lake Travis last year. There is going to be an early top water bite. And not only that, look for a late day top water bite to transpire.
All right, we'll be looking for all of that. Again, we still have boats going on. We've got the full field of 75. The big point today, to win about today, make the top 35 after tomorrow. Then you can fish on. Then you can change your reality versus the points, and that's what it's all about here at the tail end of the season. Welcome again to the Toyota Bassmaster Studios. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. Mark Zona in the studio. Of course, the full crew is here today. You were possibly with Ronnie and Such, Ron Moore, Mike Sukon on Facebook Live this morning. They'll be with us all day as well. Hey, Ronnie, lots of numbers flying around. My head is full of numbers. How do I get that sorted out?
So basically, there's a lot of different competitions this week. AOY, Classic, Cutline. You got to make the top 50 just to have a shot at AOY. And so we'll crunch those numbers, be able to get you guys, you know, who's in, who's out, who needs to catch a bass, who doesn't even have to catch a fish, and who really needs a good finish. There's about 10 or 15 guys in there that are really needing a good showing this week.
All right. Such, what's capturing your eyeballs this morning?
I've done several stories on guys like Derek Hudnall and Brad Watley's outside the cut trying to get in, and he's shooting for the moon. He's trying to go for the victory here because he knows he needs it. And guys like Gussie and are just hoping to hold ground. The guys who are right inside that classic cut, they need to catch him to hold ground and stay inside there.
Z, what are you looking at? What's your
I
deal
think
today?
really one of the stories of the tournament right now, and Such talked about it before we went live, we're waiting for a lot of our anglers that have live cameras to get to their areas, but I think Drew Cook is really the story of the tournament. Lost a very close family friend, had to fly home to be with his family, and we got to talk to Drew very early this morning, and he said, look, I'm flying by the seat of my pants and hoping for the best. So we're going to be with Drew all day long today.
Absolutely. We will keep our eye on that as well. You see all our anglers still plenty of them waiting to take off. Again, we're on a pretty small body of water here. So mid-lake, you say, you think is going to play bigger?
Well, you know, one of the things that, you know, from talking to a lot of the anglers that we have cameras on today have bumped in to smallmouth. Keeper 16 inches or longer smallmouth. But the Go Bears. How about that game last weekend?
Oh, gosh.
Woo!
There you go.
I've been on tour with the Bears the last
You have been. We've got to talk about that a little bit later.
Not really. We should never.
You got to prepare for the Sunday.
The one thing that they've said about the smallmouth in Tenkiller, very random. You know, a lot of the smallmouth this time of year, they're on bait, very pelagic fish, hard to pin down. One of the things Jason Christie said, he said, man, he goes, I've caught a 25 to 30 pound stringer of smallmouth this time of year in Tenkiller, but the problem is they move wherever they live. But when they are on bait in a reservoir, that is so much different from a northern smallmouth. A northern smallmouth is a little bit more lazy. You know what I mean? Will hang out in there. A reservoir smallmouth throughout this country just swims a heck of a lot more.
He's a moving target all day.
He is a moving target all day long. But like I said, a lot of these guys that are kind of fishing mid-lake down towards the dam that lock a topwater in their hand, those could be the guys that we see that, you know, benefit from the smallmouth bite.
There's Dale Hightower right there, one Oklahoma angler, one of the anglers we'll have a camera with all day long. Now he is a Keystone Lake guy, right. So he should know a little bit about fishing when it's a little bit lean. You know, as I remember Keystone from many years ago, maybe a whole lot better than that now. But Dale's. And there's another, we mentioned that, I believe Ronnie mentioned it at the top. We got some Ozark anglers. Harvey Horn, one of those from Bella Vista, Arkansas.
And if you look at how Harvey Horn or Dale Hightower, one of the reasons we've got cameras with these guys is whether it's been federation tournaments, you know, the nation tournaments throughout the years, or the Open Series, whenever there's a grinder in this region of the country, those guys always are at the top of the leaderboard.
Good point right there. Of course, we're going to have this tournament back in May. And if you'll remember, throughout the Mississippi, the White River, the Arkansas River, the tremendous flooding during that part of the year took Fort Gibson Lake out of play. You can't really have a tournament when the ramp is way down there deep somewhere and you can't even find it. That was a setback.
Hard to do.
Hard to deal with out there. So we are obliged to move on to our makeup date here. And Fort Gibson is still not in shape. They're still trying to get the water out of that, and they've got a dam issue further down right before it gets to the Arkansas River that they've had to work on, and they still too high to fish. So we are here, and we are going now with Scott Canterbury.
Matt Herron with our first fish catch of the day, 2 pound 5 ouncer. Chris Aldane with a 2-pounder, and Stetson Blaylock's on the board. That's it so far.
Take a look at those bushes, though, right there. You could tell a lot of water falling out of this lake right now. It looks like you can see about a foot of water line on that buckbrush.
You know, I mean, I feel good, better than I could any other place. You know, I got in the lead for Angler of the Year, so you can't feel much better than that. You know, people act like they don't want to be in the lead, they don't want that pressure, but I've been at peace. I mean, it's pretty amazing. You got a 19-point lead, and I mean, I feel really good. So you're gonna keep our head down, fish hard all day, and just see where it goes. Try to cover a bunch of water and get a few bites here and there, and hopefully get a couple big ones. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, Scott, you know, we can be on a lake that's 150 miles long, and there's going to be a lot of company in the good places. So I expect these guys will be communicating and sort of sharing water throughout the course of the day. Scott Canterbury certainly been used to that throughout the entirety of this season.
One of the things he said is he will not at all play it safe, even though there's so many Angler of the Year points on the line here. He said he'll start shallow and live shallow. He's going to start with a top water. He said, I will flip all day long after the morning bite.
We'll get into our TH Marine weather watch a little bit later, but there's some changes coming in the weather. A tropical system which came in East Texas and Southwest Louisiana.
Should greatly help. Greatly help.
Big help, you said.
Yes.
Okay. Help cool things down, which would be a plus. It has been an unusually hot September. in this part of the world. It's we sort of switched August for September.
We've hit our second summer stride. You know, we don't have summer then fall. We have summer then second summer then fall,
That's
right before winter.
Partly summer.
This guy's really proven on the FLW tour, and watching him as close as we've been with him all year long, absolutely the real deal.
Oh,
Not a hole in the game.
solid everywhere.
Absolutely.
Absolutely everywhere. Super competitive.
Yep.
Started out with a top 12 down at St. John's River. Actually went 9th place there. And
I think his run up in New York was, to me, that was impressive.
3rd and 11th.
Yeah, that was pretty strong.
only blemish, 49th down at Texas.
Come on.
Lake Fork.
He was even keeping me honest last night. Said, "Hey, where's my graphic app?" Saying I'm going to be on live, and I was like, "Whoa, I'm making it right now."
Those have become popular, Ron.
Yeah.
They have.
They
You
are.
said it earlier that
Yep.
you called it
Yep.
sweet graphic.
It was the graphic of the year.
You should do a coffee table book, for every year of all those things. 9-page coffee table book. That's where it's
Right.
at these days.
Seems a lot of the guys talking to them coming into today, seeing that water drop right there, as much water as they pulled out of this lake, that's been one of the biggest challenges for guys that have been, trying to keep that flipping game honest, trying to get a little bit of a frog game going in that brush, is that falling water has definitely hurt that.
Again, if you're just picking up with us, the length limits here is 16 inches for both smallmouth and largemouth bass, spotted bass, 12 inches.
Watch that all day long. Oh yeah.
Let's poke around Lake Tenkiller a little bit as we leave Scott Canterbury, our Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leader. Hang on to that here for sure. Harvey Horn from Bella Vista, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Dale Hightower, Texan Randy Sullivan. Dale Hightower from up around the Tulsa area, Lake Keystone guy. Of course, Grand Lake, all those places. Spent some time on Tenkiller for sure through the years.
I think he's just going to be a little short.
Oh, he's close.
Got to be 16 now for these largemouth.
Wow.
Ooh.
Got him one. Yeah, man. Great camera work
Yeah,
on that.
very nice, very nice.
One in the live well. And he's an over. That's even better.
break on the lure too. That's nice and tight on that one.
Yes.
Boy, and with fall and water conditions, you take a look at that bank, that 45-degree angle bank. Those fish are not as weary as those fish on those flatter banks.
First one's always the hardest one.
There you go. Good start to the day. Have you been catching them this early, or is that a...
Yeah, it's been an early deal.
Yeah.
For sure. There we go. Oh yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one. Come on in here. This is what I'm talking about. That's right. Come here. Right there, baby. We need 5 more then.
Thanks, man. What weight do you think both those are?
I'm thinking that was probably about a 2.8. Another one was probably a 2.2.
He's going a little light right there, Tommy.
I think maybe so, especially on that last one.
Good for him. Gonna be fun to watch today.
We had Dale in the studio way early in the year, really, just getting started with the season. We talked about Fort Gibson, of course, at that time, because that's where we were. You know, he said, yeah, I've been there 100 times, and I still, it's no kick in for anybody.
Right. You said that about this lake, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But really one of the things, you know, and this is a guy that has made the classic real deal on these type of lakes, and I cannot stress this enough. If you're going to be hanging with us today on Bassmaster Live throughout the weekend, really the one thing to really keep your eye on Tenkiller, just keep your eye on the angles of the bank where the guys are catching them.
You're talking about the depth angle.
Yes,
You're talking
absolutely
about
right.
Okay.
Falling water conditions, a lot of times that little steeper bank is going to be a key player in this. Get down to Drew Cook, second Angler of the Year standings.
Lots of place on Tenkiller. We got the main channel right up next to the bank, too. Good places.
Cook didn't get to practice much, obviously.
The little bit of time that I've spent on this place, I can tell you they had the best spawn they've ever had here this year. There's millions of 6 to 10 inch bass from the spawn, I guess because the water was high in the trees and stuff. So I would expect this lake to be really good in a few years. But catching the 16 inchers is what's been tough. But we'll see how it goes.
had a car at Bassmaster College National Championship here last year.
Yeah, see, this is interesting. Something that Christie said to me yesterday. He said that college championship is going to burn some guys in this tournament. They're going to watch that footage, and they're going to cannibalize each other throughout practice. He said there are not, because that tournament was dominated. I remember watching you and Tommy cover that event. That tournament was dominated really in one marina.
Yeah, one marina.
One marina.
Absolutely.
Well, there's not many more marinas here.
There's not that many. Chicken Creek and a few others. That's about it. But Huff and Enders did a fabulous, about 41 pounds over the course of 3 days.
Yes.
Basically this time, a little earlier, but basically the same sort of weather.
And
anyway.
most of that was after 2 days because they only brought in 3 on that final day because they got super tough, lost some fish. So most of that weight was the first 2 days.
I think if you see a marina play, it might play a little today. Slink on back down the lake right now. Harvey Horn
from Bella Vista, Arkansas. Rookie's out here today.
All right, you're live. Tell me about what you're doing and how it's been going.
Right now we're just burning up a little bit of bank. I noticed that there wasn't any other anglers on it. So it's a real good bank. I've done really good here in the past. I know it's a lot of history stuff, but caught some really big fish off this little stretch. We're just gonna run through it real quick and see if we can get a big one before we move on back in the creek. It's been a tough practice. Caught quite a few fish on Monday. Tuesday was a little bit slower. Yesterday I looked at a lot of new water and came back and checked on the primary areas to see how many other boats were in there. Of course, a lot of it was covered up with other anglers. It's going to be an extremely tough tournament, which in my experience the last couple of years, the tougher the tournaments, the easier they are to win. I feel like the guy could catch a good solid limit with 1 4-pounder each day, be in contention.
Harvey Horn still looking for his first cut made this year. Came very, very close on the St. Lawrence River. Had one exceptionally
We're just gonna
good day.
Burn this little section right here up to that next little pocket, I think, before we move on. I think you're going to see a lot of mixed bags in this tournament. You're going to see a lot of smallmouth, a lot of spotted bass, a lot of largemouth. There's some really big smallmouth in this lake. My biggest smallmouth before Waddington this year came from here.
Harvey, of course, won a Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Open last year. Not 30 miles from here, Muskogee, but the finer points of the Arkansas River and the finer points of Tenkiller, of course, 2 different things.
Quite a bit of, really a lot of experience here the last 10 to 12 years too. Said, I'd have loved to have been at Fort Gibson a couple months ago, but no problem being here on Tenkiller.
Get out to Yusuke Miyazaki.
Yeah, and I don't have a lot of info. Yusuke said he's hoping for a good day, and that was the extent of our conversation.
Playing it close to the vest, he could be on something.
I mean, feels good, but the problem is the water dropping a lot every day. Then shallow fish, getting disappeared. I mean, disappeared little by little, especially with, next to the bushes things, But fishing deep is a lot of little spots, a lot of little largemouth. I couldn't catch deep fish much. So I stayed in the shallow this morning. We'll see what's happening.
This Kay, one of the originals of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Been here the whole 2006. Matter of fact, that year he went top 10 up at Lake Oneida.
Master of a jerkbait.
Yeah,
really is.
Yeah.
A lot of times we've covered him. We talked about how important that morning bite is, that first hour of competition. Well, Dale Hightower lived up to his reputation in this region.
Absolutely.
Hey, we're lucky today.
May have exceeded his own expectations for this early in the morning. A couple of those fish, like we say, were just like picking up a nugget of gold on the ground. If you can get one 16 inches or better.
Good for him.
Back to back there for Dale Hightower. All right, we're going Oklahoma style this time around. It's a little bit late. We were supposed to be here in May. We are here now, and it's going to mean a whole lot to a whole bunch of anglers. What you can get done today is so, so important. We got the weigh-in coming up at 3:10 Eastern Time. This afternoon, weigh-in there at the Chicken Creek Marina. We'll be at the casino for the last 2 days of this event, and we're going to take ourselves the first break of the day. We'll be back with more Bassmaster
Live, Tom.
The Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Cherokee Casino Tahlequah is now open. More entertainment, dining, and convention options at the new Cherokee Casino property. With over 525 of today's most exciting electronic games, a 144-seat restaurant loaded with all your favorites, a brand new grab-and-go cafe, rock and live music venue, plus a full-service bar and complimentary non-alcoholic beverages. The game is better than ever at the new Cherokee Casino Tahlequah, now open 3307 South 7 Clans Avenue.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh. Here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bed liner and Line-X it.
Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are.
design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
Being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
I'm too anxious. It's been a while. It's been a while. And it's been a while since we've had a Toyota Bassmaster AOY Championship coming up from Lake St. Clair up in your home state, Arizona.
Exactly right.
How's that going to be?
Well, on and off the water should be fantastic. You know, I'll make a stop at Mr. Paul's as we always do. But really, hey, this is a different Lake St. Clair than last year. I got to spend a lot of time there about 3 or 4 weeks ago. But with that being said, we're starting to get a lot cooler nights, and whenever that happens on that lake, it will be a beatdown, weather permitting, as always.
Okay, weather can always be a lot of fun up there.
It's been a very, I don't know. Last year was just. You fell on 20 pounds every single morning on St. Clair and would upgrade. It's been a lot more scattered out because really our spring into summer was so late. Yeah. But a lot of those fish on Lake St. Clair now starting to put on their usual summertime weight.
Feed up out there.
But I'll tell you what's really kind of been absent. If you looked at a lot of the regional, the BFL tournaments, all the tournaments that have gone on there, local events, really, you fall in that 19 to 20 pound range, you're in the hunt, but look for those weights to go up a little bit with a lot of those fish feeding going into fall. Lake St. Clair, always a wonderful event.
Always a handful, plenty of big smallmouth. There's our leader, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury, now hooked up.
Nope.
Maybe 16.
Nope.
And that right there is going to be the pain cave throughout the next 4 days, Tommy Sanders. You catch a 2-pound bass here and it's a 15.5-incher.
Oh, yeah.
That is the biggest challenge, getting a 16-incher.
Ain't a begging.
Stetson Blaylock just caught one. He put in a 3-pound, 13-ouncer across Bass Track.
Showing up in third place, Mike Huff, your unofficial leader right now. 3 for 512, so you figure those are going to be some spotted bass for the most part.
Yes.
Maybe, probably all.
Well, he made a big move in New York. He was near the AOY cut of 48th, and he jumped up to 38th in the AOY standings.
Needs to catch a bass, just one bass today, which he already has done, to ensure that he makes the top 50. Obviously, some more work to do to stay above 42nd, but with that fish today, as long as he makes it away, and he's going to solidify his top 50.
Back to Dale Hightower, 2 good ones, two largemouth keepers in the live well for him. Great shape, 2nd place according to Bass Track.
Gosh, that looks awesome.
He's about to let himself go. Giant bass. Giant bass, Dave.
Think about, you look at these guys, you look at the bank behind all of them. This lake
Couple days. Yesterday in practice, I felt like that would have been a giant bass. It was pretty tough yesterday for me. Just getting a bite.
Think about this lake being 30 feet higher most of the summer.
Oh my gosh.
Most of the summer. That's...
It's actually there on Monday. Talked to some anglers, you know, when they got done with practice, shoot some videos and whatnot, and up in the parking lot there was weird water lines that you normally don't see, and I was like, is that just from like recent rains, or is that from earlier in the year? And it was. I mean, you could see it up on campground trees up in the parking lot where the line was.
That was a tiny one for Dale, and we'll see plenty of those during the course of the day. Drew Cook mentioned what the kind of spawn they had this year, and last year has just been phenomenal. But Dale Hightower's caught a couple of the right ones today.
Starting with a plopper style bait, and really's lived with that most of the morning. Back of this very, very popular little creek that he's in right here.
Okay. Come on, yeah. This is what I'm talking about.
A little bit of pressure in the mouth of it from some other anglers.
Need 5 more of them.
2 good overs for Dale Hightower. Talked to a lot of the locals. Talked about the Porsche guy, somebody we've followed throughout his college career here, Jason Christie. Is there a guy in this field? Is there an angler in this field that can lock a topwater bait in their hand all day long and do nothing else but fish for those overs? Could be the guy that could rise throughout this event.
Who's a likely candidate for that?
I think like your Drew Benton types. I mean, he's, winning last year, fishing that way.
Man, did you hear that right back there?
You can see a Steve Kennedy fishing like that, where he just says, "The heck with it! I'm going to do this all day long."
We always talk about it. Day 3s are super important in the points race because there's half the field's not fishing. You get to move up if you're in 35th. You have unlimited ground. You can almost gain. This week, I feel like the 2 guys on the left side of our screen, Canterbury and Cook, if they're either fishing or on the sidelines on day 3, it's going to be you could bring in 2 fish on day 3. You basically have done your job, and you could lose a bunch of points.
Right.
Just like if a Corey Johnston is in contention or something like that.
Yeah.
The only time you're safe is when you're on the
It's
trailer
just
after
one of those
weigh-in.
very, very, we use the goofy, stupid term, this is an X Factor tournament. This is a very dangerous tournament. Small fish right there for Dale Hightower. It's a very dangerous tournament for the guys in the top 10 of the Angler of the Year. You know what I mean? It is more so than a lot of places that we go to.
That's how you get a hook in you.
Talk about 13 miles of Lake Tenkiller here. Any opportunities further up the Illinois River there? Is anybody planning on making a stand up there?
Exactly what Jason Christie said. He goes, I could see this tournament really being won. I said, give me the 3 ways that you could win this tournament. Get to there in 1 second. I'm going to take a look at some BC bonus coverage right
There it
now
is,
with
yeah.
Chris Zaldane.
Yeah.
But really the 3 ways that Christie said this tournament could be won. Watching Chris Zaldane right here. He said a guy throwing a top water all day long on the bank. He said the other thing is, and this is a hard proposition, is getting out there on schooling fish. He said it could be won that way, but that is probably the most inconsistent. The other way, he said, is guys that go up that river. They get as far away from and he said the reason why, with that high water all summer long, he said, man, if you go up the river here, those fish have been left alone for months. Virtually no pressure.
Be on the lookout for that, for sure. Chris Zaldane, man, he has given us some thrills and chills from the Classic on this year, that's for sure.
Another angler that's definitely proven he will lock a bait in his hand all day.
Yes.
And he'll run it into the.
You gotta
he'll
love
run
that.
He'll run it to the top of the weigh-in or right into the ditch, which that's why you've seen this guy almost win 2 or 3 events this season.
He's got 1 fish, a 2-pounder in the boat.
Already into a 5 box here this morning.
Great pictures we're getting from Lake Tenkiller.
Yes.
It's a remote place up here in the Ozarks, really. It's
like you have a terrible signal driving around the lake because you're up in the trees in the woods. But if you get out on the lake, it's like you just
get some skip down there,
just over the mountains.
Steve Wright told me last night there's a big cell tower right where he was near the takeoff. Kelly J with a 3-pounder. Boy, he needs to do well today. He's right outside that projected Classic cut at 43rd and kind of wrote a column that he was really disappointed in himself after New York.
It's going to be amazing to watch how big a swings a 16-inch or over bass in this tournament. If you watch Bass Track throughout this weekend, what a 16-inch bass, how many spots in the standings it'll give you.
Well, talking to the guys when it was on Fort Gibson, they were really concerned that it could be one of those Hero Zero type of events. And then you come to here and you see the conditions with the water dropping fast and it being 91 degrees in places. They learned quick that with the 16-inch limits, it could be similar. You could have guys not catching them.
There's Randy Sullivan. One of the 5 we'll have a camera with all day today, the Texas Angler.
Yeah, it's a pretty slow start right now. I mean, these fish, bad thing is you got a small window to catch these topwater fish, unless it just gets cloudy later. So we've really got to capitalize on that and get some fish in the boat quick. But at the same time, it's difficult to do that with this drop in water. It's really pulled a lot of them out of here, and it's just a cover water deal. I mean, you can't control what size. It can be a 5-pounder. When you get a bite, it can be 2 pounds. You just never know.
Sullivan fished all of day one of practice with no sunglasses because they flew off his head on his way to his first spot. Looked in his box to grab some more, and his relatives had taken some of his boat last.
His relatives?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's going to make it a lot better. I mean, that just extends the window. I mean, if it's cloudy all day, you can do this all day and really catch them. I mean, I haven't figured out a way that's awesome to get bit later on whenever this slows off. I mean, I can catch some spotted bass out there just to put fish in the boat, but as far as getting these bigger largemouth to eat, it's pretty tough. I mean, you take a roof off their head, which is these trees, they don't necessarily leave, but they can get real finicky. More cover they have over the top of them, the more comfortable they are and ready to feed they are too.
Randy from out in Breckenridge, Texas, just west of Fort Worth, where Chris Alvain resides now, and coming on strong, pretty strong. The last three events that he has fished.
That one might make it.
Canterbury.
Long and skinny.
I thought it was a little bitty one.
I don't know. Nope.
How about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was a little bitty one too. £2, maybe. Yeah, barely. Oh, it's a largemouth. I'll take some spots though. I caught one spot, but it didn't measure. Caught a smallmouth and it didn't measure. Caught 3 15-inch largemouths. Man, I'm getting bites. What's that? Yeah. They dropping that water's killing it. Yep. It was 286 when we started practice. So that's a big deal. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess so. We've been flooded all year, hasn't it? Good gracious.
Well, there we talked about season right there.
Yeah, how about that?
Scott Canterbury and inexplicable 49th place at Lake Fork for Scott Canterbury, but otherwise, I mean, he is always around the best fish everywhere he goes. This guy knows what to do from the very start, right out of the gate.
And really, if you look at the St. John's all the way throughout that season, and all the times, and we've had him on Bassmaster Live, I'm talking about a pile. He has gone full-blown Garden Minshew on this Elite Series season. And if you can fit in a Garden Minshew,
you are settling in. You're getting in.
That's right.
I know about that guy. He went to my school.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Carolina Tech?
Scott Canterbury.
Yeah, Carolina Tech of the Blind.
Unbelievable season so far. Really proven throughout his career, whether it's been FLW or here on the Elite Series. We talked about this a little bit earlier. It does not matter if he's got a flipping stick in a foot of water, all the way fishing offshore. Really, really well-rounded. And they're going to sneak around the corner right now. Second in your Angler of the Year points, Drew Cook. I guarantee you, there are a lot of local anglers watching this right now. A lot of these anglers are fishing very notorious springtime areas on this lake.
Drew Cook still looking for his first keeper of the day here. Got our first look at Drew Cook, even before the season started. Out there fishing with you and David.
Right.
Yeah. South Georgia, man.
He
was
dropping.
nervous.
He was the first morning. Big morning too, man.
He has settled into the role, though. I will say,
he was so nervous he made me nervous. Which live has a tendency to do that.
Didn't take long before he is one of the most comfortable guys to talk with out there on the water. He's really adept at breaking it down and sharing everything he's got going with the viewers and us.
I was so nervous that week. I was throwing up, Z.
Yes, you were.
Live, first day live. I was.
Drew Cook's another angler that, true rookie coming out of college, coming into the Elite Series. Very, very well-rounded. He proved it. When we talked about it, you're going to do good in the Southeast, blah, 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 and shallow water fisheries, being from, northern Florida. But really what he did up in New York, it's pretty impressive.
Flooding you. They have continued to suck the bottom out of it.
Still haven't seen it. Have not seen a smallmouth yet.
No.
Be a spot. Never do it though. Nope.
Wow. Dale Hightower. That's gonna be a little
Be
shot.
close.
Well, you said it would be.
What do you think, T? I'm gonna go no.
I'm saying
no.
Line burner?
Be 16.
I'm gonna go no.
It looks long and skinny.
Long and skinny. No.
15
Long and
skinny.
Give him the lead if it measures.
Oh my God!
Oh. Man.
That's
That was
awesome.
a no-doubter. Why didn't he even put it on the board?
Most used tool of the day.
Good for him.
We need 5 of these today. 5 of these will be in good shape.
Got 3 of them.
Wow.
See why he was a high
Number
percentage
3.
pick in his fantasy fishing pool.
Good for him. That is great.
It made it!
Awesome.
Oklahoma Dale Hightower getting bit at the
Awesome.
boat right there. How sweet is that to have 3 largemouth keepers here in the first hour of fishing?
Unofficial leader right there.
He's the leader.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The magic still continues, picking the day one leader
I
on live
guess.
right now.
We'll show you the full leaderboard, and it's about what you expect the first hour of fishing, but talk about exceeding expectations, and Dale Hightower will move up to the top there as soon as it gets all sorted out. We'll show you the full story when we come back. Boy, we have had some
Good start,
Oklahoma fun right there with Oklahoma and Dale Hightower. All he needed was a camera on him, Z, apparently.
I guess. Good guy. Great start. Be back in 1 minute to Bassmaster.
Yeah, live.
Whoa, Tommy.
Oh.
Live coverage of the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller will return after this short break.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got it.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent feed. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original power bait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Power Bait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Yeah, you care about gear ratios, inches per turn, and ball bearings. But most importantly, you want reliability and dependability in the equipment you use. And at Lew's, it is a requirement. Regardless of the price that fits your fishing style, Lew's doesn't cut corners when it comes to the gear they build. The new for 2019 Lew's Speed Spool is evidence of that. Hey guys, pro angler Jason Christie. When I'm out competing, I want something that won't let me down. There's a lot of things that are important in a reel, but the most important to me is reliability and durability, and you're going to find that in the new Speed Spool LFS. The new Speed Spool LFS is loaded with all kinds of features. First of all, one-piece aluminum frame. That right there alone is going to set it apart from other $99 reels. Secondly, solid brass speed gears. Just like the Super Duty, that $99 reel is going to last for a long time. When you're cranking in that big fish, this reel is going to be solid and smooth, and all of that is thanks to the new P2 Super Pinion gear. This oversized gear is going to allow for smooth operation, cast after cast. This magnetic control system, which is externally adjustable, will allow a seasoned pro or a first timer to be able to pick up the reel off the deck and cast with ease. You can find all these features and more in the new Speed Spool LFS at only $99. The team at Lew's is adamant on delivering quality, dependable gear at a price that fits your lifestyle. Whether you are a weekend angler or tournament pro, the new for 2019 upgraded Speed Spool LFS is the best $99 reel on the market. Go see for yourself.
Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus great premiums, including a 4-lure starter kit. Click now on this video to join today.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Going to have the weigh-ins the last 2 days at the casino. Tahlequah, not very far from here. On Lake Tenkiller up in the Cookson Mountains, part of the Ozarks. Over in Oklahoma, and Dale Hightower,
Yes,
the Oklahoma kid, today knocking him out, taking over a big lead early in the first hour of fishing. Gets himself 3 keepers, 3-keeper largemouth, which is
enormous.
You can't overstate,
Huge for the first hour.
The importance
Absolutely.
of that. Dale Hightower, Mike Huff coming in second place. Mike Huff, who's on Ronnie's fantasy team.
Major key.
Oh,
Major
man.
key.
You've uncovered something special there, Ronnie. Stetson Blaylock, Kelly J, Drew Benton, rounding out our top 5. There's a good look at Tenkiller Lake there. Not huge, about 13 miles long, 130 miles of shoreline.
One of the smaller venues we've been to.
Yeah, one of them, definitely, absolutely. Full field today, 75 anglers today and tomorrow. Here's the way the 5 that we have on camera are distributed. Mid-Lake or lower Mid-Lakes, where we find Dale Hightower, who's having the biggest day of all so far. Dale from just up the road.
There's a fish on the bank right down there. We've had a pretty good morning. We've got 3 in the box, 3 overs, and we've caught 3 or 4 shorts, but fish seem to be biting this morning. Pleasantly surprised as fast as they've been dropping this water. These fish are still in the backs, back in these creeks. They're going to stay where the bait fish are, and the bait fish are still back there. I guess they haven't got the memo yet that they're supposed to be moving back out, but as long as those bait fish stay back there, I believe these bass are going to stay back there where the food is. They're just wandering. They don't really have anything to be on. There is some little stick-ups back there, and I think they're just back there literally just chasing bait fish. These fish have been pretty temperamental. They just haven't eaten anything this week. There's a specific baits that they want, Oh my goodness. Oh, come on. He come back, but he wasn't the right size.
To see if Dale could give us his. Definitely believe he's throwing braid on that. So let's see what pound braid he's throwing.
What are you throwing there, Dale?
I'm throwing a whopper plopper in a little perch bass looking color. The fish been, when the water was up, every bush had, 10, 15 little bluegill on it. And I believe that's what they're keying on, is that bluegill. That seems to be what. Actually, I'm throwing this on mono. I'm not even throwing it on braid. This is
nice
monofilament. I'm just throwing on 15-pound mono. It is definitely does kind of look like braid, but it's green. Absolutely.
Good info from Dale. Really good.
Goal for today was try to survive today, and hopefully tomorrow things will cool down a little bit. What I'm hearing, we got some rain coming, and that's going to change things. That'll definitely change it. Hopefully for the better, not for the worse. I think they're still gonna be shallow. It's gonna, when the sun's out, they try to position themselves to some shade and of some sort, whether it be these stick ups, grass, or whatever it is. But I believe it'll allow these fish to move around a little more, as if they haven't been doing that enough already, chasing these shad. But they'll probably at least be in a better mood, kind of like I will be, for the weather to cool down some.
Dale said a mouthful there. Looks like fall feels like summer, and has for the past 3 weeks in Oklahoma and surrounding areas. Sorry, TH Marine Weather Watch today 90 degrees. Tomorrow, with a high in the 70s, which is a huge change. We've got the system from down on the Gulf moving up, the tropical system that is going to bring some clouds and rain into the area there, and kind of moderate that heat a little bit. Be a little bit warmer on Sunday, but not much. But it is a big change today through tomorrow.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. And I know it's early, but it's been often with this man right here. That's exactly right. Dale Hightower, we called you yesterday. So Dale, we're going to have a Bassmaster Live camera because Steve Bowman has a crosshair on you. You are Steve Bowman's pick. Dale Hightower's reply is, "Oh, good heavens, I have had a miserable practice." Well, Dale Hightower, so far today, our unofficial leader, this Bassmaster Elite Series here on Lake Tenkiller. He's lived with a whopper plopper and has done work. We said a 16-inch and over is going to be a bonus here early. And the great thing about it is, him having 3 in the live well right now, you could tell it has calmed him down, and he can lock into this pattern the rest of the day. Hey, Dale, fair to say, so far this morning, and I'm going to emphasize, so far, you are the power pole.
Nice.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not going to give it a lot of pop, flare, and sizzle till later on today.
Sure. That's natural. We want a slow, smoldering build.
We do.
Yes.
It's like just smoking a brisket.
Our first limit of the day. Drew Benton's got 5.5 pounds total with a limit.
Well, I said he'd lock in on a bank and fish for overs. You could tell Drew Benton has a limit of spotted bass.
There we go. That's it.
I am spot on today.
You are spot on today.
You're
on a roll just like Dale Hightower. Just give Miyazaki. Still looking for his first keeper today, 0.
He was a little tight-lipped yesterday about what he was doing out here. Didn't want to divulge too much information.
I talked to him. He told me he was really disappointed his New York trip. He went up there 34th in the AOI points, and he didn't do so hot. He came out of it 51st. He's our bubble guy, he called himself.
A little bonus coverage right there, Bill Wheeler. Alabama angler, currently 7th place. Got one fish. You're up there in the upper echelons of the leaderboard here. It's going to be a tough one. No one's telling us anything different than that.
Weidler has one of our 3+ pounders today.
I see somebody on one of those marina docks. Not a lot of those here on Tenkiller.
I think there's like 4.
It's a handful, yeah.
4 of them. There's because there was last year at the college championship. I feel like 1 or 2 teams in the top 6 or 7 used those. You know what I'm saying? Like first and second were obviously on them. I think like 5th was on them. 3rd or 4th was maybe on them.
Talk about 2 drastically different tournaments going from here to St. Clair in a week.
Yeah, in short order. I mean,
exactly.
It's going to be a tournament that starts on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, which would be kind of odd. But you need that so the guys can get up there and get everything squared away and ready for that very, very important Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year event. Glad you're with us. Happy Thursday morning to you today. We got a full day of Bassmaster Live coming up from Lake Tenkiller, our unexpected, in many ways, destination for the final event of the season for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And our friend Davey Hyde.
Absolutely.
Davey Hyde is with us.
On the water today.
Actually not with us, but up about 4 hours away on Lake Tenkiller, on the water, being our eyes and ears out there in the water. There's Davey right there. Davey, what are you seeing today, and how tough is it, and who's going to prevail? I'll ask you the whole barrage right there in one question.
Well, good morning, Tommy, Z, Ronnie, and Such. Good to be with you guys this morning here on Lake Tenkiller. And just like everything you've heard, it is very obvious that the water has been extremely high. For most of the summer, you can see, just looking at the line of bushes here, you see the green up about 6 or 7 feet. That's where the water has been for probably the last just few weeks. But then here, if you look at the base of those bushes, that's what you hear the guys talking about, how much the water is falling each and every day, and it's making it very, very tough. You see where that water's falling about 10 inches to a foot or so each and every day, and it just makes it tougher. Hey, it's September in the south, and the fishing's going to be difficult. But with these falling water, it's going to make it a little more challenging. But, hey, it's the last regular elite season tournament, and we needed a little change-up, a little grinder to see what these guys are really made of, and we certainly are going to find that out. You're going to see some good catches today. Been here with Dale Hightower this morning. Got 3 good fish in the box. And there's a couple things you have to think about with the falling water. Obviously, it's disappointing because there's less cover in the water. There's not any vegetation and not much wood outside of those bushes. So when that water falls, those fish are just trying to hang on, but that water's getting extremely shallow. But here's the positive thing. With that falling water, there's some current. And I think it's real smart. You see what Dale Hightower's doing. He's fishing the mouth of 2 creeks where they come into the lake. And those fish have been back in those big expansive creeks because the lake has been so high, and it's just sucking those fish out. And he's been able to catch a couple fish right in the very back of the creeks, a very springtime type place that you would normally think of. But these fish in the springtime are migrating in those places. Right now they're coming out because of the falling water, obviously. The other thing I think we'll see play, here you have a lot of deep swing banks. You have like the flatter sides of these creeks and of the river itself as you move up the river. The flatter sides have those bushes, but they're, it's probably only 6 inches, maybe a foot of water on the outside edge of those bushes right now. I think you'll see some of those fish transition to the other side of the creek or of the river, where you have those swing channel banks, where you have the jagged rock and where you have that current. A lot of small threadfin shad out here I've already seen this morning these fish are feeding on. I think you'll see top water be a player today. Obviously this morning you saw it with Dale Hightower, but also as the term progresses, especially if we have some clouds come in like they're talking about.
Davey, if you can, one of the other things that we were looking for possibly transpiring throughout this tournament is a lot of tournaments that we have covered this time of year. I remember some of the postseason tournaments on Lake Jordan is guys getting as far back of creeks where the water is actually cooler, where it gets away from that 90-degree water and maybe drops a degree or two. Do you see that transpiring throughout this event like other tournaments we've seen in September?
Absolutely, Z. And I've seen that this morning with Dale Hightower. He's been as far back as you can go. Kerry just got some good drone footage. Hopefully we'll get that to you guys and show that. And it shows that he's going as far literally as he can go into these creeks. You bring up a good point. A lot of people are attracted to going up the river. But on a smaller fishery like this, say 13,000 acres or so, it can get crowded if everyone goes to the upper part or as far up that river as you can go, just like you were talking about, Z. But here what you have is in these creek arms, you have little small areas like where Dale Hightower is fishing this morning, that you have the same scenario. You have that cooler water. Obviously coming out of those mountains, coming out of the hills where it's been shaded and it's absolutely cooler water, and those largemouth love to get in those places. I also heard some stories of some guys catching some good quality smallmouth bass. Surprising to me, they were up there extremely shallow, just like you're referring to, Z.
Davey, if you can, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast here on Bassmaster Live. We talked about how different, and then there's some big smallmouth in Tenkiller. We talked about how different a reservoir, a southern reservoir, or a central United States reservoir is, how that smallmouth acts compared to a northern, whether it's a Great Lake or a natural lake smallmouth, and you've done very well on reservoir smallmouth. Just talk about the difference of how they live.
Well, the one thing, you just don't seem to see the numbers here. So you don't have as many 2 to 3 pounders, but I think you have a great chance to catch a 6, 7, well, maybe not a great chance, but there's certainly a possibility to catch a 6, 7, or 8 pound smallmouth. But their feeding habits, their moving habits, not as much current typically, but with this water falling, I think that's something the guys that do want to target the smallmouth need to keep in mind. Keep in mind the currents. You always want to think about that with the smallmouth. But here's another thing that I think is a big player. If you are hard-headed enough, stubborn enough, like I was so many times in tournaments, if you will fish exclusively for those bigger largemouth and bigger smallmouth with a big top water bait, and you see some of the guys start out doing that this morning, but if you can do it throughout the day, if you're fortunate to get 2 or 3 keepers in the first hour like Dale Hightower has, keep that big top water bait in your hand, then you've got a chance to catch one of those giant smallmouth like you're talking about. But here's what I'm getting at, the big giant top water. There are a zillion bass in this lake right now that are like 4 to 7 or 8 inches long. They had all this high water, all the cover. That's just a tremendous population of those smaller bass. And there's also typical, and that's one thing that makes it tough fishing in the fall of the year, a lot of juvenile threadfin shad. They're just 3/4 of an inch, maybe an inch long, that a lot of these bass, especially those 5, 6, 7 inch bass, are feeding on. If you throw that big top water out there, similar to a 5 or 6 inch bass, those bigger smallmouth bass, the 5, 6, hopefully maybe even a 7 pounder, they're going to be feeding on those smaller bass, not on the little tiny shad, but on those juvenile bass, the 5, 6, 7 inchers that those big 3-hook top water baits and that sort of thing emulate.
Davey, real quick, Ron Moore said we are starting to get a lot of comments. You're being inducted into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame at Bass Pro Shops in a couple weeks. A lot of our fans wanting to know, is there like a tailgate, a meet and greet that you're putting on up there, maybe in the parking lot somewhere? Like, I hope so. Dial us in what your plans are for the fans.
Well, my plans are now to buy about 1,000 more chicken wings since you just invited everyone. So everyone come out and join us. We're absolutely going to have a tailgating party. Hey, it's football season. It's a great week for me and my family. I'm so humbled by having the honor to get inducted here very shortly. And Z, I certainly hope you and Tommy and Ron Moore that you mentioned, I certainly hope all you guys can join us for the tailgating party at Wonders of Wildlife there in Springfield, Missouri.
Exactly right. And I'm seasoned
there.
at tailgating.
I am there.
I am seasoned right now at tailgating.
You're already at full speed at tailgating.
Absolutely. I am a good wingman.
Davey Hyde, nobody's more deserving. I mean, this guy's been a kick-in for the Hall of Fame for years now, and now it's going to happen. It's a big week.
You remember back to the week that he was inducted, I called in, you guys were here on the set, and I said, Davey, I don't want to sound wrong. I already thought you were in.
Yeah, no, everybody did. A little bonus coverage of our second place as it stands right now. Had the lead first thing this morning, Mike Huff on the right.
Guys taking full advantage of that early topwater bite. A few of our anglers have said bite tends to transpire a little bit later in the day too.
Davey, thinking along the same lines of what you were talking about, somebody who can lock that top water in their hand all day. Of course, it's a lot easier to do when you've done what Dale Hightower's done.
Absolutely. A lot easier to do when you've got a couple in the live well like Mike Huff and Dale Hightower.
Huff's one of our college alumni, fished at Georgetown College, not the one that we know of the Hoyas near Washington, D.C., but rather Georgetown College in Kentucky, fished with John Hunter. He's he's my age,
John.
Mike Huff is. They fished around, the time that I was in college. One of those East Tennessee, Eastern Kentucky anglers, Highland Reservoir. So that's
Grinders.
why, he should do well here.
And I think really you heard it, and we all knew coming into this September on a lake like this that has been through extreme conditions, how tough this tournament was going to be. But a lot of the guys that you're seeing catching them today, these guys were not pressing these areas. It's not like they're going to go through the same pocket throughout practice and, hey, let me lean on them and see what's really here. So I think a lot of it is guys that are catching them right now are in areas where they knew that there was some quality sitting.
That, and you got to think that these banks that are just rocks or maybe bushes, somebody catches one and leaves, less likely someone's going to pressure that compared to a marina where someone catches one, leaves, someone else comes into a marina, catches one, leaves. It's a lot easier to target those fish and where they're hanging out compared to these banks like this.
Sweet info, Ron Moore, as always.
Some good looks at our leaders there. Let's talk about a leader of another race, and we've seen him today as well. Drew Cook, leading Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year, dominating. Just a fantastic year for Drew Cook. We still got Patrick Walters in there, Lee Livesey, Luke Palmer, Garrett Paquette. Mike Huff, whom we just saw, currently standing in 7th place in that one. Bigger than ever. Bassmaster Rookie of the Year this year. We'll take a break and be right back on Bassmaster.
The Bassmaster Live Show.
Yes.
Live coverage of the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller will return after this short break.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Mother Nature is my playground. And when I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out. Guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Cherokee Casino Tahlequah is now open. More entertainment, dining, and convention options at the new Cherokee Casino property. With over 525 of today's most exciting electronic games, a 144-seat restaurant loaded with all your favorites, a brand new grab-and-go cafe, rock and live music venue, plus a full-service bar and complimentary non-alcoholic beverages. The game is better than ever at the new Cherokee Casino Tahlequah, now open 3307 South 7 Clans Avenue.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Woo! Oh God. Yes! That is some meat from Lake Fork, baby. Yeah! Yes! Yeah! Woo! Look at that! You're mine! Yes! Baby, we legit now. Clock's right. Yeah!
That's the biggest fish I caught all week. How about that for a Lake Lanier spot?
Oh, yeah. Holy crap.
We're getting somewhere now, boys.
Yes! Yes! Lord, please, get up in here! That's what I'm talking about! Woo!
Big bass, big stage, and big dreams. Brandon Cobb reminds us this is his home pond.
Got you! Woo! That's what we're talking about.
Scott Canterbury shoots out the lights.
Oh my gosh! Got you! Yes! Inside the mouth, way down deep. Oh God, that's pretty exciting.
Giant.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Woo!
That might be a 10-pounder. Come here.
Yes! That might be the biggest fish I've ever caught. Don't do it. Oh God, that's a giant. Stay on there. Oh my gosh. No, no, no. Yeah! Yeah! Giant. Oh my God, it's a 5, a 6. Holy crap. Come here. Come here. Punch, baby. Yeah! Woo! Golly! That's a giant! That's a giant.
Boom! Chakalaka! Giant bass!
Now we're talking.
That's a bass right there.
Keep catching them like that, we can do fine, just fine. Yes, sir. That's a stud, dude.
Oh God, stick.
Yeah!
How fat is he? Give me a hug. That's a big one.
Yes. I'm out doing Seth's hug from yesterday. Oh my God. Yes. Oh.
That's how you make up ground right there.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Are you freaking kidding me?
Yes, sir. Let's win this thing on smallmouth. No, 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 no. No, you don't. No, you don't. Giant, dude.
That's what you want on day 3.
What a way to end the day, man.
Yes! Boom! Get you a load of that, Bass Nation.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
They're all important, all 9 regular season events out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but this one, boy, it seems especially urgent because, hey, we started with 75. You got to be in the top 35 to get 2 more days of fishing out of your regular season here, and you may well need them. You may need them to get into the top 50 so you can compete in Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. You may need them to secure your place in the 2020 Geico Bassmaster Classic from Lake Guntersville. Man, oh man, the pressure is on, and I don't know how we get lucky. We get lucky sometimes. We happen to have the leader. We can only cover 5 or 6 guys on the first day.
Thank heavens.
Thank heavens we got the leader, Dale Hightower, out there from Manville, Oklahoma, up on Keystone Lake, out west of Tulsa, out there, and he comes down here to Lake Tenkiller. Of course, he's been doing it all his fishing career, but man, oh man, making it pay today.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And really, you talk about that Angler of the Year race. Heard a lot of fishermen saying that it is, and thank goodness, it is far, far from over.
Ken Miyazaki. Who was that back in the back of the cove there? Oh, Brandon Lester back there. Okay. First time I've seen him without the blue on.
Rake Tyler Rivette came across Bass Track with our second largest fish of the day, a 3-pound 12-ouncer. He was 50th in AOY, so that'll help him try to stay inside the cut for the AOY championship.
Obviously, people are going to be watching this show from last year, Tommy, from the college championship, but I think the only participant in the college championship that's fishing the elites this year is Tyler Rivette. He fished it last year, so he's got actual on-the-water experience somewhat close to this time of the year.
If you're just picking up with us, we're here on Lake Tenkiller on the Illinois River, and that's The limit is a part of the story. It's or the length limits are. It's a 16-inch length limit. Makes it very tough on the fishermen here for largemouth and smallmouth, spotted bass or Kentucky bass. You can put a 12-incher and above in the box. We have not seen a spot. We have not seen a smallmouth.
One spot.
Just over there.
One thing. During that intermission, we're watching highlights throughout the season. Some of the great events we've had. St. John's and Cayuga.
No bite.
Really look at that schedule that we'll have next season. Having lakes like, wow, I mean, lakes we haven't been to in a long time.
Eufaula. How about that? Santee Cooper.
Really?
Oh,
how about a Chickamauga in February?
Right.
Just announced.
Yeah, just got that word.
There'll be some fine fish waiting at that one.
Oh, there's some big ones there.
An awesome season next year.
So curious where Texas Fest is going to be, though.
Well, and assuming so you do factor in Texas Fest, possibly. I mean, it's going to be probably a big fish lake. That's what most of Texas lakes are. 5 of the first 6 events, we could catch a 10-pounder in the Elite Series. St. John's, Chickamauga,
every single lake.
Eufaula,
Santee,
Santee, and then the Sabine's obviously going to iconic crowds, and then Texas Fest before we go up north.
We pretty much wrapped up in the South by first week in June, won't we? That's
wow.
It's kind of a good scheme, I think. Get on up north a little earlier. Drew Cook on the left, your leader, Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year. Got a good, healthy lead there. Going to be hard to knock him off if anyone has plans for that.
Where's the largemouth go?
Well, and this is one of those dangerous tournaments where if you are fishing a lot of the backs of these pockets and then you don't capitalize on that first hour bite, boy, it can get you spinning a little bit. Davey talked about that. You know, it's easy when you got 2 or 3 in the live well.
Kind of interesting to hear Dale Hightower's theory of what was biting him today. There's a fish chasing bluegill back in there.
Yes,
and that's what his bait colors were keyed to, and it's a plopper style rig, a plopper. And I don't know what you. That's an early phenomenon there. I don't know if that's something that you can still fish the topwater all day. I don't know. Can you catch bluegill all day or?
Well, you know, talking to some of the guys we've got cameras on, they said there's definitely a die-off on that topwater bite mid-morning, which we're kind of getting to that time. There's still a lot of shade lines, though. There's still going to be some active fish shallow, but a lot of our anglers said that topwater bite will kick in again after noon.
Davey mentioned, Drew Cook mentioned to us as well, is it's a tremendous spawn the last couple of years. Lots of little bass the size of a big topwater, so it's a big important part of the forage as well. Canterbury, our Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. I fully expect him to have a limit by the end of the day.
You know, one thing that Canterbury said, he said, I'll fish my strength all day long. And I'm going to start early with the top water, and then I'm going to, you know, I got some decent bites flipping throughout the week, but boy, that fallen water will not help Scott Canterbury. That will really, really hurt that buckbrush game.
Again, that's buckbrush is about all you got as far as like Grand and so many Oklahoma lakes. Underwater vegetation is not a big feature.
Ronnie, looking at the map, do you have any? Are there many anglers that have ran upriver above the bridge, like way up?
Drew Benton's up there, and Shane LeHue, and Brandon Card, and Chris Grove. Way upriver though.
Terrible either.
Ray
I mean, you could catch them in the bushes. They still had 2.5 to 3 foot of water in it. Waters fell 1.5 foot since practice. So now if you found bushes, the deep bushes had 3 foot in them, I mean, they're 1.5 foot deep, and it's just, those fish are leaving them pretty quick, I think. It got tougher every day. I mean, I think it would get tougher every day anyhow because of, you know, pressure. But definitely that combined with falling water, it's hot. But it's, you know, a lot of people think that, you know, a lot of people back home that don't fish or think that it's 95 degrees, 98 degrees every day, the fish are going to be 20 to 30 foot deep. And that's not necessarily the case. I think the oxygen level late summer, early fall, the oxygen level is a lot better when you get up real shallow. The bait's up high in the water column. And there was a good many, not a lot, but there was a good many fish up in the bushes, you know, in 2 foot of water. I mean, I thought you could grind it out, really, and catch you know, some overs, 4 or 5 overs, and that would have been, if you catch 5 a day, it'd have been really good. I haven't had a stellar practice or nothing, but, you know, just you're having to change the whole time because of the falling water. It's where the bushes are, it's real flat. So when they leave that, they're either going to pull out to a drop out here where it just barely falls off. But the fish that have already left it, because the waters fell, you know, I think 12 foot or something in the last couple months or something. So a lot of fish have already left that, and they're on the vertical stuff. And that's the fish that you can sort of target a little more. And you catch a lot of fish doing it. You catch a lot of spots and a lot of slot fish. I just trying to, I mean, I don't necessarily just want to go catch 5 spots. I mean, I want to have 5 fish this evening, but I want to catch as much weight as I can catch too. I mean, that's the most important thing. So, you know, the water falling combined with the pressure and everything's really, really making it a tough deal this week.
Big Alabama Roll Tide fan right there.
Absolutely.
I'm going to tell you that team's
No
going to
doubt.
have their hands full with the Georgia Bulldogs.
Oh, you ain't kidding.
That Jake Fromm is the real deal, man.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one.
How many times are we going to say that every single year? Every single year.
It's the first time I've ever said on live.
Wow, well.
It's just because I'm a big-time Georgia Bulldog fan. Roll Tide, Roll Tide, Roll Tide,
Okay,
Roll
there you
Tide.
go. There's the way our anglers are spreading out. Up above the bridge is just mentioned there, Drew Benton, who's having a good morning. He's got 5 fish.
We started here and didn't catch anything, but I did have a couple of bites here during practice that I thought was better fish. But like I said, I mean, it's been 3 or 4 days and the water's fell another 1.5 foot, so relocate them would be good.
See, when you're losing a foot of water,
Yes.
obviously you're losing cover when that happens. But when the fish have to relocate, I mean, they're not ready to eat exactly. I mean, they got to kind of set up
It's
a
in the
little
shade
bit.
right now, so
Get real. I mean, you know, you could tell last night that a part
just
of
so shallow now. I mean, these bushes here had 3 foot of water on them, and they're up there, and you know, I mean, it's still 1.5 foot, but But you can see the bottom in 1.5 foot too, so it doesn't help things. If the water was dirty, it might be a little better anyhow, even with it shallow and falling.
He's answered exactly what you just said.
Yeah, that's it.
You cannot get on top of them. It's not terribly, dirty water. And you could tell yesterday that really 80% of his day was going to be flipping buckbrush, and that is, you could listen to Scott Canterbury right now. That is leaving, if not already gone.
Did you talk to anyone who encountered some schoolers busting water during any part of the day? Or
that's
too random anyway.
Harvey Horn has been the most interesting because he probably, of everybody that we've got a camera on today,
Right in the straight up sun too.
Said he really felt that his first hour was going to be fireworks, in which it has not transpired that way.
Speaking of Horn there, Z, he just caught another 2-pound 5-ouncer.
Okay. Like I said, it's
game on.
It is game. It's game time, Sue.
We got a camera on him, but he's out of range right now. He's in a sketchy area.
Fish down that one stretch, and we're going to get out of here.
How many fish does he have, Sue?
Two, just two.
Two.
There's only one with a limit. Benton Cliff Prince just caught his 4th. Jumped into tie with Huff for 2nd place.
Talk about fish catches. I want to show you something that happened just a couple of minutes ago. Get back to Drew Cook, our leader, Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year race.
Going off 1 day of practice.
Yes, it's a spotted bass.
Wow.
We've got number 2.
Nice spot.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Hey. Chill out, dude. Put him in as like 1.5 pounds.
1.5 pounds, good spotted bass here.
Yes.
Tenkiller Lake. Back live now with Drew Cook.
Check out those water lines.
Ooh.
See the back of Drew's shirt right there.
It's a memorial to someone.
Close family friend. He had to
Yeah.
fly home, so he's living off 1 day of practice here.
Quite a few fish that I can see out here. Decent sized fish.
Hightower on the right is your leader. fish we just saw caught. Put Drew Cook in the top 10.
Fish.
Tommy, we mentioned it. There's a couple different battles going on this week. AOY, classic cut line. You want to stay in contention for that. And then also that 50 cut. The guy sitting on that 50 cut is the guy probably with the most experience in the short term here, Tyler Rivette. Fished the college championship last year here. It was his final year of college. And then obviously he's got practice this week. But 2 times in basically a year span that he's been here this time of the year.
He's got one of the big fish of the day.
Actually, it was the first angler I saw on Monday when I pulled up to Chicken Creek. He was getting a drink, taking a midday break for a second.
Hooked up.
Hey, hooked up. Wrap a little live watch. We got some bonus coverage, and hey, hooked up Tyler Rivette. Nice. That was timely. Biggin, huh? Hey, Tyler, thanks for letting us watch for a little bit. Let us look in. Now tell me, are you able to use any of your experience from a year ago here on Tenkiller out there today? Is anything from that relevant today?
Actually, I think kind of helped because I knew kind of in the area where everybody was last year because I went to the spot where we did good the second day. I went there 3 times this week just thinking they would show up there because we caught them on a chatterbait, and I could throw a chatterbait all day. And they're not there, so I went to Plan B where we caught them last year, and I went to every brush pile we had, and all they had was crappie or sockeye, which I wouldn't mind that either. I started catching a few, but I figured I needed to come find some bass. But actually, it definitely did help because everybody else last year was drop shot and then just catching these schooling fish, and I couldn't do it for nothing. We sat on top of brush piles all day last year and we zeroed the first day. And that's what scares me about today because I have nothing else but to drop shot. And I got a few other things on docks later, but everybody's on the bank and I could not catch a fish on the bank, which as much as I wanted to, it was tough for me. I lost one on the bank early this morning, but that's it. I just started somewhere random, but it's a tough day. It's gonna be hot, and I mean, I know this is how people caught them last year, so I guess you could say it definitely helps.
Tyler, if you can explain to us, looking at what you're doing right there, obviously a noted spotted bass technique for catching numbers out here. Do you catch any smallmouth or largemouth doing this, drop shotting?
I actually caught one close to 4 and earlier this morning, and that's I thought it was a catfish or something the whole time because I haven't caught one that big off practice. But yes, that's all I've really been catching, some like 2-pound small spotted bass, and I'll take 10 pounds a day. And I mean, you can see them on the graph right now. It's all over right here, and the problem is there's so much bait. It's like I'm dropping through bait balls just to try to make a bass bite, and I suck at this. So, but this is where they at. It's a random bite every now and then, and hopefully, and I pray it's a spot instead of largemouth because that 16-inch limit kills us.
A good outcome for a day here on Lake Tenkiller. Tyler Rivette.
Yes, gun show.
Working. Yeah, the gun show. Putting on a little
swole squad.
That's right.
Yes, it's a spotted bass.
Yes. Some nice catches today so far. What for most of these anglers has been very, very tough, and a limited like gold, 3 keeper largemouth like Dale has there. That's better than gold. That's
right there,
license to do exactly what you want to for the rest of the day, and it will be very, very interesting. See what Dale chooses to do.
Good morning for Dale Hightower. He was very, very concerned coming into this first day of competition. You can tell those 3 keepers right there definitely putting Dale Hightower at ease.
Good day for the Oklahoman. There's our leaderboard right there. Mike Huff still hanging in there in second place. Tyler Rivette, who we just talked to on the basis of a big one, giant, caught early today. Corey Johnston moved into our top 10. Harvey Horn staying in there. Stetson Blaylock, a winner already this year. We got a lot of good stuff to look forward to. Just really getting underway. We'll start the second quarter when we return on Bassmaster.
Bassmaster TV Live.
Live coverage of the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller will return after this short break.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
There's your winner.
Dream big. Develop your craft. Believe in yourself. And win on the biggest stage.
You can do it, buddy. He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got him.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait. Now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go. Giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley. Catch more fish.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now to win a fishing trip with Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Jamie Hartman. Trip includes airfare, hotel, rental car, and $500 spending cash. Plus a Nitro Z18 with Mercury outboard, Lowrance Electronics power pole, and an amazing prize pack. Total value of $40,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Well, let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me. You and me. Let's all walk down the simple road. It's where our souls love to go. Following our own 2 feet, going places that we love to be, and walk in the direction that supports you and me.
Anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting, because when protection matters most, Line Exit. Go to linex.com to find a store near you.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S. today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S. cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm back.
There we go.
Okay, we're back. Sorry, I guess I wasn't talking to those of you at home, just talking to
You're talking to
folks in
me.
Studio here.
You
Dale
sounded
Hightower.
great, though.
You heard
Sounded
that on
great,
the top
though.
right here. Dale Hightower from just up the road, just west of Tulsa, coming in here and doing very, very well. He's got 3 fish, 3 good ones. Keeper largemouth, which are very, very hard to find. It's got to be 16 inches or above.
Drew Benton making another move here.
Matt Airy taking the lead.
Yes.
He just caught
Wait,
one.
what?
Oh, he caught
Matt
the-
Airy.
All right.
Hey, now.
Hey, now. New look to our leaderboard right there. Drew Benton and Matt Airy playing big in this. Kelly J, we talked about him. Cliff Prince has joined in. Chris Zaldane in our top 10 now
I was
as
about
well.
to say that.
He's caught a 3-pounder.
3 of our top 5 in Angler of the Year are in the top 10 right now, except for first and second.
Yay.
Cook's 12th.
Here's Dale Hightower. Dale again, fishing top water. Start of the day.
He has locked it in.
And sun's getting higher, and he's still throwing it. Dale from Manford, Oklahoma, there on Keystone Lake. I hadn't been to Keystone Lake in years. We did a Bass Nation National Championship there one time. It was as tough and cold and completely chocolate milk as it could possibly be, but yielded up some fish. Anglers have been out there on the water in excess of 2 hours right now. They're going to go till about 2 o'clock local time today.
Shad up here.
All right. Great to have you with us. Stay with us. We'll do our usual routine of 6 hours of Bassmaster Live for you today. We're taking a 1 hour break right in the middle of the day. We're less than an hour away from that right now. Davey Height, also part of our team, as always, out there on the water, as is Dave Mercer. Dave Mercer, we got to watch some of Dave in action as we covered actually the launch this morning. Our 75 anglers out there. And Dave, what's the talk around the launch and around this entire tournament here? It's kind of getting down to it for a lot of guys.
I got to be honest, guys. We talk about it every year. Final event of the regular season. This is when it gets ratcheted up. This is when, you need to make that charge to be in the top 50, obviously to move on to Lake St. Clair. But a lot of pressure on everybody. And, the funny thing is the points are the points, whether it's the first event or the last event, it doesn't really matter. But you think the way this one has set up, it's kind of like, the Bass God's evil little trick, because our anglers at this point of the season, we've had years where people are like kind of kicking back. I just need to catch a decent finish to get through here. There's no way to take this one. They were nervous this morning. The biggest thing that anglers were nervous about is that 16-inch limit. It has to be over 16 inches. And you think about it, I know all about not catching them in a tournament. I did that for years and years before I became a tournament MC. But there's nothing worse than actually catching them in a tournament, but not catching them. You're going to see guys catch 15 and a half inches throughout the day, and absolute heartbreaker. When you're dealing with a slot like that, it's going to affect this tournament hugely, and it already has. When you see, when you're dealing with that slot, Dale Hightower's big bites just seem that much more important. And I think just being at the final event of the year, the regular season event, the guys are always a little bit more on edge, but a little more so on the dock this morning. But we're not actually on that dock right now. We are all the way over on Lake Fort Gibson, the original home of this event where it was supposed to be. Obviously this event was relocated, redated, rescheduled, and we can't forget about our friends here over on Lake Fort Gibson. I'm with Ann. I'm going to bring her in, Ann Davies from Pirate Cove Marine right here. And we were supposed to be here not this week. We were supposed to be here way back in May. And just because we're not here, we had to come see you, but it hasn't been an easy year, has it?
No, it sure hasn't. It's been a detrimental year, not only for the lake community, but also the communities around us with the high water and the flooding.
Give me an idea. Just standing here now, it really is living up to its name. It's paradise right now, standing on the dock. It's literally the most comfortable I've been since I arrived here as a Canadian dude. It's pretty humid down here, but it's hard to even look here and think that how tough it was. Looking at the trees and stuff, give me an idea of just how bad it was.
Well, we're at about 8 feet up right now, and we were a total of 28 and a half feet up for about 10 weeks solid. So if you can look at the tree line, you can kind of see where the water levels were. They're starting to grow their leaves again and recover from the high water. However, when you're 28 feet up and your marina's floating 28 feet up, there's no protection from the trees anymore. We're in a cove, and the elements around us protect us. So when we're 28 feet high, we have no protection from the wind and the elements.
And that was the big story, because you were so high and the wind just wreaked havoc on you.
That's correct. Yeah, we had docks breaking free, pencil legs breaking. The other marinas couldn't even open their stores due to high water, couldn't access your boats. The high water has caused hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage just for not only for the marinas, but probably millions in flooding of homes and surrounding communities and downriver as well.
Well, media as general does a pretty good job of reporting when things are bad and a really crummy job of reporting when things are good. And let's do that now. Tell me what the outlook is. Things are good right now. You're open for business. It's a great time to come here.
That's correct. Yeah, we have a lot of fall fishing going on right now. The water's kind of stable right now at 8 feet up. We're going to stay that way for a couple more weeks. So, if you want to come fishing, the weather's supposed to cool off in the next couple of days. As old folks, they come out in the cooler weather. Just come on out and do some fishing. We're accessible. Our marina's accessible. If you can't find a place to put your boat in, we'll put it in for you. Just come out and see us at Paradise Cove, Lake Fort Gibson.
If you can't find a place to put your boat in, they'll put it in for you. What more do you need to do? Thank you very much, Ann. I know you're very busy. I'll let you get back to work here. But this was supposed to be where we were at, and obviously they tried to redate the event. And the reason we're not here is you just couldn't set it up to be here with the water. I mean, it's stabilized now. But what if we had got 12 inches of rain earlier this week, which is realistic in this part of the world. That's the kind of year they're dealing with. And then we'll see all about rain pretty much the rest of this tournament, I believe, guys. So enjoy the sunshine here today.
Hey, Dave, real quick. Going to rewind time right now and go back to St. Lawrence River and then Cayuga Lake. Some real close calls. You're one of the most biased coworkers I've ever worked with. You've gone radio silent since Chris Johnston and Gussie not winning. How are you? How is your mental condition, Dave Mercer?
I mean, I just went away and thought about it, and I thought to myself, I mean, yeah, it was hard. It was hard to recover. No, not at all. I mean, dude, those guys have had a great season. Unbelievable. I mean, 3 second-place finishes for Canada, which is a win for us, really, honestly. We're happy with it. So close, all those guys. But I think the story that nobody reported, and those Johnston bros will totally hate me for it, but I think the story between that event is Jeff Gustafson. Everybody talking about the Johnstons, and Jeff Gustafson, all the way from Keewatin, Ontario, leaves there with a 12th, the New York swing with a 12th and a second. I mean, unbelievable.
Dave, by the way, great job getting over there to Fort Gibson and letting us know that it's still possible to get over there and go fishing. And people love that. I mean, that's a mainstay in the heart of bass fishing country. We love the Grand River Lakes. And any reports, have you heard any reports on the two lakes? I think we got Hudson above that, and then we got Grand Lake up there. So any reports on those two fisheries? What kind of shape they're in, and what's the access like there?
I mean, it basically just feels like everything's getting back to normal. Everybody's recovering. A lot of those lakes, actually, you hear from anglers that the bite has been tremendous on certain times, just because what you have to remember with that water being so high. I mean, a lot of these places, like Ann said, for a long time, that wasn't just an offer that they'll launch your boat. For a long time, they were the only ones that could launch boats because the water was that high. So you got to imagine that there was a lot less pressure on a lot of these lakes around here. So if you're looking for a fall destination in the south, it's probably a good idea to head here. Some of these unmolested fish, nobody's been fishing for them all year long.
Dave, we got a weigh-in coming up this afternoon, about 3 o'clock local time. Is that right? Now, that's going to be at Chicken Creek today and tomorrow, right?
That's right. We will be at Chicken Creek first 2 days of this tournament, right on the water there. And then we were going to pick up stakes and head over to the casino. And it's going to be a lot of fun this whole weekend. And, rain or shine, we will be there. So get over there. And, with the humidity here, people are welcoming rain. And I think rain's going to help our tournament, honestly. When you look at it, anything that can extend that morning bite. Guys, this morning, at 6:45, a lot of guys were starting to look and being like, I think we can go now. I think we can go now. Because every minute is so crucial. That's the one thing that everybody agreed on. The first 2 hours of each day are the most important moments of this tournament.
Well, we've had some great moments in the first 2 hours of this day. Dave Mercer, thank you so much, Dave. And we will probably talk to you before weigh-in times. Nice to get over there and check out the place we're going to go.
Dave's a nice guy. And not only that, he struggles with the humidity and heat. We've been around him.
Oh, sure.
He truly does. So he will be welcoming that less humidity and cooler temps.
Yes.
Tommy, you were asking about it. Grand Lake, we just had a Bassmaster Open, finished up the Central Open's points race there this past weekend, and it took 16 pounds a day in the fall to win on Grand Lake. So that shows you that it's fishing much better, because normally this time of the year at Grand, it's 10, 11, 12 pounds a day, and you're going to be doing very well.
Boy, it's a huge weather event this spring, and just getting things back to stable is a big deal. We talked about Matt Arian, his meteoric rise up the leaderboard here on day number 1. I think we might have a little bonus coverage for you. We might get to look in on Matt Arian. There he is.
Fly's not on.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, thanks for letting us look in for a moment here. Tell us about how your day has gone and how your strategy as you started the day has worked out, or have you had to make some changes?
No, I started the day doing what I I burned the bank in the practice a lot through a top water, trying to get some quality bites. And one thing I saw was I couldn't get them to commit to it really good. I never actually hooked an over a 16-plus incher on top in practice, and I saw the water was falling, and the shallow fish, they get real fickle when that mess happens in the fall. They're already fickle enough, as y'all can tell, but it's I figured out a little something the second day of practice that I got on some more of the vertical stuff and was able to just generate bites. And I was able to generate bites with something that, catches an above average fish. And I think in a tournament like this, you really have to key in on those above average fish. There's so many 9 to 11 inchers in this lake, it'll blow your mind. But, just generating bites with a better than average bait, that's something that can catch a little bit of everything, all 3 species, so you can catch some spotted bass in the mix, but you're liable to catch a big largemouth or a smallmouth doing it too.
Hey, Matt, can you dial us in on what that better than average bait is right now?
It's a jig. It's a jig.
Let me ask you something. You've excelled on lakes like this back when you fished FLW, looking for very similar style banks. Has some of the history in this region helped you out?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always say the Ozark lakes, Grand and Beaver and Table Rock and Bull Shoals and all those style lakes are really good pattern lakes and have a lot of natural shoreline cover, and you can read the bank a little bit better. So yeah, absolutely. My experience in this region in particular has definitely helped dial me into a little something that, we started off a lot better than I expected today. We got 3 16 inchers in the boat, which is, I'm super pleased, but you always want more. We got a couple little 12-inch spots in there. And you say you're happy before going, as you go into the tournament, you say you're going to be happy with 3 overs and 2 spots, but then when you got that in the boat first day at 2.5 hours into the day, you always want more. So if we can call those 2 little spots out and don't have to run a ton of water today, that'll be a big deal for me.
Matt, the area that you're fishing right there, a lot of boat docks, a lot of more vertical style banks. Is there a lot of pressure throughout that area or no?
I've seen 1 or 2 boats come in and out. They're not doing what I'm doing, the 2 that I've seen. But actually, I just saw a 3rd boat come in. But it's definitely a pattern that you can duplicate throughout the lake. So that's what's so exciting. I love the pattern fish. Anytime you can generate some sort of pattern in a junk fishing time of year, I think that could be a big player.
Matt, there's a good breeze suddenly blowing out there. We're having a hard time hearing you. That's probably good news for the fishing, though.
3 overs.
Thank you. Yeah,
wow.
3 overs and a couple of spots. So Matt Airy doing very, very well. So liberating, I'm sure, to have a limit this early in the morning out there. And our Matt Airy, we appreciate the bonus coverage.
Absolutely.
I got to Dale Hightower, who has held the lead most of this morning.
Yuski.
Miyazaki's going boat dock on us here.
Exactly how they caught him in that college tournament you guys covered here.
That's a way you could, there's probably going to be people at the weigh-in. I had the 5 leading fish, on my line fishing marinas, but you get 1 or 2 in. It just happened to be that Cody Huff and Garrett Enders got all 5 in each of the first 2 days when we were here. It's a hard landing percentage, but final day it bit them, and they only landed 3 of them.
How about that Cody Huff?
He's got a big year ahead of him.
Yeah.
We were talking about it. He got 5th in 2017 at the championship, 1st 2018, 3rd this year, and then wins the bracket.
He'll be going to the 2020 Geico Bassmaster Classic, Lake Guntersville. Man, what a jump start for a fishing career.
Oh, it's going to be a good tournament.
Oh, you think?
On a Grand Lake.
I got 1. I caught 8, and I only got 1 keeper.
Got to congratulate Bob Downey for punching his classic ticket, and Gray Buck up there at Oneida.
Some pretty strong names that have qualified for next year's Bassmaster Elite Series. Brian Schmidt,
Big fish up here.
Buddy Gross,
John Cox.
John Cox,
sure.
Wes Logan.
Yes.
We even have a Japanese angler, Tako Ito, I believe, or Taku Ito, one of the two.
I like eating tacos.
We'll have to have that for our food at the AOI Championship since the final day is on a Tuesday.
Oh.
Lots of good points info on our bottom line down there, so keep your eye on that. We just talked to Tyler Rivette a little bit ago, and there's 27 anglers. He's the guy on the bubble for the 50 cut. For next week's Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship, and there's a lot of people who are very close to him. So Tyler Rivette cannot rest easy.
You got one nice fish, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably, maybe the biggest fish of the day.
There are a number of anglers without bass track today, though, so watch out.
Right.
Okay.
Interesting to see if Yuski can get this bite going today.
Yeah, he needs to get something going here.
He's the spoon guy. He's the one who gave the spoon to
That's
Zaldane.
you're
who
right.
Gunnersville. Got him some spoons.
It would be a real treat to see that bite fire. Yep.
Absolutely.
All day long.
All day
Tommy.
long. Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're going to be
That's what I'm
looking
here
for that.
Just a real treat.
Yeah, it's a treat to have you here.
Thanks.
It always is. Dale
Sure.
Hightower.
Hey, we're lucky today.
Sure, I liked your tone right there.
What? No,
Sorry,
no.
I don't know what happened.
I'm not
Dale
giving-
Hightower with a big morning.
That's right.
Some great bonus coverage today, too.
Absolutely, we have had some great bonus coverage. Tyler Rivette there, very critical, a strategic position in this tournament, having caught maybe the biggest fish that's been caught today amongst our anglers.
5 of these will be in good shape.
But Dale Hightower, this season kicking in. It may be late, but hey, why not have a great tournament here at Lake Tenkiller? But Matt Airy, North Carolina, jumping up in there and looking very, very confident. Seems to be in control of things.
Gonna say he's a little bit light there too. If he's got 3 overs and then 2 keeper spots, he's gonna be a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Airy with a solid morning.
He has been set free to fish the way he wants to for the rest of the day. We're going to set you free. Take a commercial break really quick and then be right back with more Bassmaster
Television
The Cherokee
Live.
Casino Telequa Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
he is.
Oh, I got him.
Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Cherokee Casino Tahlequah is now open. More entertainment, dining, and convention options at the new Cherokee Casino property. With over 525 of today's most exciting electronic games, a 144-seat restaurant loaded with all your favorites, a brand new grab-and-go cafe, rock and live music venue, plus a full-service bar and complimentary non-alcoholic beverages. The game is better than ever at the new Cherokee Casino Tahlequah, now open 3307 South 7 Clans Avenue.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it.
Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha VMAX SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a VMAX SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover VMAX SHO and elevate your expectations.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Well, this season started way back when, a long time ago in February of 2019. We started with the legend Rick Clunn winning a big one on the St. Johns River. Been all over since then. Big tournaments in Georgia, South Carolina, Texas, up north. New York State was huge.
It was huge.
It was huge.
Absolutely.
Certainly. Shook things up a good bit. The last shakeup of the regular season is going on right now. Lake Tenkiller, here in the Cookson Mountains of the Ozarks in Oklahoma.
Such, besides the college event here, what other events have we had here?
On Tenkiller? None, I believe.
Have we? I'd like to verify that.
Well, not for the Elite Series, no.
No,
We've
but
never been here.
Pro level?
North Carolina's Matt Airy, the man on top of the leaderboard right now with a few ounces advantage, unofficially over Dale Hightower. You see there, 3 keeper largemouth in a live well. I would think with his experience here, Dale would probably have a clue or two as to how to put a couple of spotted bass in there if he needs to. If he needs to, he's hoping not to have to.
That's cute.
Spotted bass can be 12 inches here.
Right there's what we heard about.
From Davey, yeah.
Good spawn with the high water the last couple of years here.
Yeah, I've moved to some cranking fish. There's a lot of fish right here. I mean, a lot of little ones, but at the same time, there are some more bigger fish present, and there's also a lot of spotted bass here. As tough as the fishing is without dropping water, I've really had to make this change in order to just put the fish in the boat. I mean, I got a feeling by the time I get down this bank, I'll have a few fish in the box and potentially get some bigger bites too.
You mentioned you have to kind of wade through smaller ones to get those. There's a lot of fish here, but some of them small.
Oh yeah, it's amazing the amount of fish there in this lake, period. I mean, you give this lake a couple years from that high water, having a good spawn, I mean, it's going to be something to behold. But right now, it's a tough time of year as it is, and the water has dropped out of the fish's houses, which are right up there. And so it's made them very, very skittish. There's one followed it up.
Well, we talk about the size of Lake Tenkiller. We listened to Randy Sullivan there talking about his prospects for this particular bank right here. Expect something to happen along the way. Our own Davey Height has been able to navigate these 13 miles out there. And again, I remind you, in a week from next Thursday, Davey Height goes into the Bass Fishing Hall of Fame. That is going to be a big time right there, and all congrats to Davey there. And Davey, as you watch what's transpired out there, which part of the lake are you in, by the way?
Well, I'm just upriver, just about 5 miles from takeoff right now, and it's been very interesting. You know, like a lot of these anglers, this is my first trip to Tenkiller, and it's a beautiful lake, no doubt, but it's real easy to see just in my first few hours out here on this lake. The water falling out of those bushes has really hurt that bite. it's about a foot, maybe a foot and a half of water still in most of those bushes, which is not a lot, especially when that sun gets up high. And as you get off the bank, you see a lot of schooling activity, but most of that is spotted bass that are not keepers and some largemouth. Just not. I haven't seen many keepers at all blow up off the bank, but there's a lot of bait fish that have pulled out, and they're out here over this deeper water. But real interesting. I was just watching Gary Klaus, Jay Yellis, Kyle Monty, just a number. Dale Hightower. He's really focusing on the backs of these creeks. More so than a lot of the other anglers. We talked about it earlier, Z and Tommy, about it being some cooler water coming in from back there, and those fish that are just pulling out, hanging on to the last, to the last little bit of water stays up on those bushes. But here's another thing that I have noticed: anglers that seem to be catching them a little bit after those first hour, half, 2 hours of the morning. These high, steep banks, the one side is shady, and the other side has sun directly on it. So taking advantage of that shade as cover is a big key this time of year, no doubt about it. And some of the anglers are definitely really narrowing in on those small areas that still have shade on the banks.
Davey, when I was lucky enough to fish there in the spring, that water's got a lot of color in it. But look, even though this water's been very, very high the last few months, it looks like, at least from what we're seeing from our pictures, that it's fairly clear.
Yep, you're exactly right, Zay. It surprised me how clear the water is. It's got really good color. Typically where I'm at, in the 5 miles of the lake that I've been on, I'd say you can see down 3 to 5 feet in most of those areas. With the water being so high for so long, you would think it hadn't cleared up yet, but the water's beautiful. To be honest with you, I think if the water was more stained, those fish would hang on to that shallow cover better than they are, and the fishing would be better. But hey, it's September in the South, and this is going to be a tournament where you have to just put your head down and fish. And if you're able to get a few of those keepers, those 16-inch keeper, smallmouth or largemouth, in the boat in the morning, it gives you relief, so to speak, and being able to really go and try to finish your limit with those 16-inch fish. If you're not able to get a 16-inch keeper or two in the boat early morning, it makes it tough. And it's tempting to want to go out and fish for the spotted bass, which as that sun gets up, those fish, I've just had several groups of fish come up schooling here, but they look like spotted bass, and not even many of them look like they were 12 inches. But it'll be interesting to see if the guys that came out of the gate with 2 and 3 of those 16-inch fish, if they're able to fulfill the limit. And I certainly think some of those guys will. And how these anglers will change after this sun gets up. Almost everybody I talked to, their game plan was to fish shallow earlier, to try to fish that little bit of wood cover that's on the bank, those bushes and things that, a foot and a half deep. But when that sun gets straight up, it'll be interesting to see how they transition. I've noticed it's surprising just watching Jay Yellis a few minutes ago, and then Gary Klaus. Gary was fishing some docks, Jay was in some bushes, and they're really trying to focus on that shade that those fish can use for cover when they don't have that wood in the water.
Davey, you talk about shade, the importance of shade. Back behind you, we see that band of cloud, and that's actually one of the outer bands of this tropical system that's moving up sort of on the border between Arkansas and Oklahoma. As it gets warmer, those bands get thicker, and you might get some cloud cover later today. How would that change things? Would it be a positive thing for most of the anglers out there?
Absolutely, Tommy. I think it definitely will be if those clouds will move on in. They're definitely supposed to be here tomorrow, but if they could get, from about 1, 2 o'clock on, if they could get some of the clouds move in, it would help the shallow fishing. These fish really want to be shallow. You're right, Zona. The water is clear, but it's not super clear. They'll want to be up there in that shallow water. The oxygen's better for them up there in that shallow water this time of year. But if they don't have some shade or a little bit deeper wood cover, then those fish want to move out and roam, and it makes it so difficult. The next thing to move to is the boat docks for shade and cover, but this is only a 13,000 acre lake, and every set of boat docks that I've seen will have a boat either on them, or if you hang around 5 or 10 minutes, you'll see a boat fishing. But hey, that's when you want to see the best anglers, the cream rises at the top, so to speak, with fishing behind other anglers. It's great to go to huge fisheries where you don't have to fish around another angler or very few anglers throughout a tournament, but this is one of those places where you'll see the best fishermen really put their head down and grind it down and find out something a little different, a different bait, a different technique, maybe keying in on a different depth range than some other anglers. So it'll be very interesting.
Davey, real quick, do you think a guy could lock a topwater bait in his hand for the next 4 days, or will it take a guy that has to make adjustments daily in this event to win it?
I think a top order will definitely be the key to the guys in the top 10, the top 5 especially. I think you'll have to catch a few of those bigger fish on top order. But I really think the guy that can stay shallow and stay patient and really try to catch those 16-inch fish and above and not be tempted by, I need to go out and try to catch this 12-inch spot to fulfill my limit. And it's tough to do. There's a lot on the line, this being the last regular season tournament. Some guys trying to make the AOY championship there at St. Clair. Some guys trying to make the Classic. Obviously, Rookie of the Year is on the line. Toyota Bass Angler of the Year. There's a lot of different things going on in these different fishermen's head on what they need to do. But hey, if I know I've got the Classic made, I'm going to lock that top order bait, maybe a jig, something like that, just a couple of those baits and stay shallow. And if you can put 5 fish in the boat, you're going to have a chance to win come Sunday. But that's easier said than done. I was one of the stubborn ones that would do that more often than not, and it cost me dearly sometimes. But I think your winner will have a top water in his arsenal, no doubt about it, and then either a jig or a worm-up shallow also. A football jig we've heard a lot of people talk about. And I've seen guys throwing it, but they're not throwing it very deep. They're throwing it shallow where you would typically see guys throwing a flipping jig, but there's more rock in the water rather than wood. So you see guys fishing that football jig up shallower than you normally would.
Davey, don't lie to us right now. If you were in this event, you'd be dragging a mop jig and a 10-inch worm the entire 4 days out there, would you not?
You know me. You know me too well, Z. You know me too well.
Davey Hyde, thank you so much. Good stuff out there from our guy. The kick-in for Hall of Fame.
Yes.
The Bassmaster Hall of Fame coming up a week from next Thursday.
He's actually asked Mike McInnes that all of his clothing next year has Hall of Fame inductee 2019. I'm sorry.
Let's take a look at some of the accolades, just some of the accolades for the great Davey Hyde. Look at that career and the number of tournaments, the number 8 wins. Man, that puts you up there. Absolutely, 8 wins is top tier.
Davey Hyde, absolutely one of the biggest home run hitters to ever fish the Bassmaster Elite Series, and I've been lucky enough in my career to spend an obnoxious time of on the water with Davey Hyde, and you learn why he won major titles, whether it's been Angler of the Year titles or Classic victories. That guy was an all-in Denny Brower style fisherman. Here's one thing, Denny, watching guys like Denny and Davey, how they fished, they never cared about a limit.
Never.
Couldn't care less. And you could see, fishing that style. Davey had a lot of lows, but he had more highs than lows.
Yeah, and you took a look at the biggest highs there. 2 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. Won the Classic in 1999. Just a great career for the man from. And we're going to be going to his where he spends his lion's share series. Yes, Santee Cooper next year.
Listen, I taped the show with Davey earlier in the year on Santee Cooper. That in a nutshell, I'm talking about he beat the brakes off of me in that show.
We got a new leader, Brandon Carr, with a 3.5-pounder and a 2-pounder in the last 20 minutes.
Wow.
Got 8 1/4, taking
Brandon
the lead.
Cobb, did you say, Such?
I'm sorry?
Did you say Brandon Cobb?
Card.
Oh, okay. All right. I misheard you.
Dale Hightower, grebe.
Oh, what? No,
that's a grebe.
It's not a grebe.
It is not.
Parrot, yeah.
It is absolutely a grebe.
Well, I don't know. He's going after Dale. No.
Territory.
One of the coolest things I noticed when I covered Tenkiller last year on the water was when Cody Huff and Garrett Enders would flip that spoon in the dock slips, when they would hook up, the stall beside of them, not like a specific boat slip, but the whole stall would erupt with schooling fish. And there was a team sitting in that other stall throwing topwater waiting for that.
Really?
And when they would hook up with one below a cedar tree hanging in a slip, they'd hook up with one on a spoon, the whole school would start freaking out, and they would actually come up on the surface in another stall, and people would catch them.
Keying on just that.
It was crazy.
What do you call that? What's that phenomenon? What can they call you if you're a team that does that?
I don't know. Competition aiding you? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Moocher? No.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
remora.
But it was pretty crazy. It would be slick, calm, quiet, no one catching a fish. As soon as that first spoonfish would bite in the morning, it would be nuts.
That's
and
awesome.
you would just flip, and the schooling fish would happen. White bass, all of it.
Great. A little extra coverage, bonus coverage of cliff prints down there in St. John's country in Florida.
Well, that bird
Had some
reminded
big
me
days
of
in New York this year. Moving up into the top 10 here. One more to a limit for Cliff, so that's good. That's a good position to be in. Well in advance of Midday.
See the video of Jeff Gustafson and Chris Grow? They rescued a bird that had line tangled around it. Got it on shore and freed it. And
Here at Tenkiller?
yeah, just this week they posted a Facebook video. Kudos, guys.
Of a grebe.
See Randy Sullivan on top. Randy reminded us of something, even though it was so tough to catch him here. This lake is full of fish.
All the time.
I mean, there's no argument there.
I got to see that.
see the
I got to see that.
Bassmaster
This is a
live now.
great numbers lake.
No, don't tell me the fishing spot, anything. No, don't talk to me, about fishing things. Or yeah, I know. Yeah, but don't tell me. Appreciate.
Get fish till Sunday? So do you switch off to another boat tomorrow, or do you stay with him?
Somebody's doing
I'd
an
like to
interview
get some of
with
this interview.
Yusuke.
I'd like to
Yeah.
get some of this with Yusuke real quick.
He's getting an impromptu interview from someone back there. in the
Eerily
depths of the
similar
boat.
to my conversation with Yusuke yesterday.
No, don't talk to me. No, don't talk to me.
He can't get info from
Right,
locals there,
right.
and that's so he's waving him off as best he can. But
Which is good. That's
right.
Sure,
Yeah. Stop them before they say anything.
Right now, well, fishing's tough. That's I predicted, but lot of smaller one today. Even not like a 14 or 15 inches. So small today. Usually mixing up a little bit more last couple days, but the shallow bite pretty much small this morning, so I switched to the deep things. But still little one to the first one. I caught it. I got 2 spoon bite, but both is the little one, I think.
Come on, get up.
Just trying to get
Bound
some
to run
spoon
into a
retrieval
keeper.
going here.
What do you think? Might have to slow down and flip a jig on this stuff.
Big thanks to the tournament sponsors here, the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Yes.
I mean, they had their hearts set, and why not, on having this thing earlier in the year at Fort Gibson, and I just had to make the change just in order to get the tournament launched and in the water. And very graciously allowed us to make that change.
Yeah, it is warm. A little bit sweaty. Oh, that would be lovely. Tomorrow's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hot.
Yeah. Hopefully it'll just be. I mean, it's not like it's 100%. So maybe it'll just be drizzly in the morning and.
Weather app I use is taking the rain chances down as the weeks wore on. You know?
Yeah.
You can tell by that voice we have our friend
Eric
Eric
Kafka.
back in
Yes.
action here. He's
Absolutely.
had a big injury, extended time out for a while, and medical issues to get all fixed up, and everything's all fixed up, and great to have Eric back on the team.
Yeah, so he's feeling really good physically. Not so much mentally, but physically.
Well, wait a minute.
Well, I don't know. That's what he
Really?
said to
Wait a
me.
second.
No,
I find that hard to believe.
We were a little worried when you invest that much money in a franchise quarterback. You don't want to lose him halfway through the season, and it just messes everything up.
That's exactly right.
Catching it the last minutes. Oh boy.
Jeff Gustafson with a 3-pounder. It's up to 12.
Gussie's birthday today, too.
Oh, my goodness.
He's just having a time.
A lot of hung up here.
Well, Gussie was in it and ahead of everybody till the bitter end up
Yes.
there. Cayuga Lake, that was a fantastic tournament.
Really good tournament.
That was
Yes.
that was fun to watch all the way through, all 4 days.
I say watch out for Stetson Blaylock. He's got a 313 and a 2.5-pounder, 3 fish. He's up to 4th place. Started the day 31 points behind Canterbury, who's still stuck on 1 fish.
Stetson won arguably our other toughest tournament so far
Yes.
this year, B.A.S.S. So, yeah, maybe a good reason to keep an
But
eye on
he's
the
got a
young
little
man from Benton, Arkansas.
knowledge from this lake, too.
Oh,
No,
you know he does. Absolutely, you know he does.
what is that time
Yes,
already,
it's
Tom?
golly, we're halfway through Bassmaster Live coverage. What we do midday, and for us this is midday, is to take a 1-hour break, and we'll do that. And we'll have some Facebook Live coming up for you at 11:45 a.m. with Such and Ronnie, they'll keep us, and the live mix goes on throughout the break as well.
And really, besides watching this event, we're really keeping our eyes on the Angler of the Year race.
Hey, we're lucky
Got to
today.
see Scott Canterbury switching up gears, starting to change the way he was fishing and
I'm talking
planning
about
to fish
jumping.
today.
Yeah.
Going to be a real interesting rest of the afternoon with Scott
Got
Canterbury.
to keep our eye on Scott Canterbury. He's got the 17-point lead, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year coming into this. So plenty of stories to run down for you. As I say, we got a lot available during the break. We'll take our break, be gone for an hour, and be back with more Bassmaster.
Bassmaster Live.
swat at it.
I felt like one swatted at it. Our brush overhanging right here. I don't know that he's gonna do it. Not quite. Yeah, we'll do that. Try the old brush hog out. Yeah, a little bit subtler. Something a little bit more subtle.
That's another reason I like you. You fish with the same bait. You sure you didn't grow up in Arkansas? Next time I'll get out here, I'll ask somebody what they're fishing with. They'll tell me, and I still won't know. Some Japanese model or something.
Toko Eno, Rap 2, Forza, Model 5.
5-pound test.
Felt good. See if there's one in the middle. I think my brush guard's finally ruined on this jig. I'm not quite sold. There's not one in there somewhere. There's got to be. No, I know he's not gonna make it.
Too many boats in here. There's some fish in here. But lake's too dang small. Come on, spotted bass. 12-inch spotted bass. Oh, Russ, are we having fun yet or what? Y'all got drinks? Make sure you have a drink.
You're watching the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Day one of the final event of the regular season for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2019. There is your leaderboard as it stands right now. Mike Huff, who had entered that top 10 fairly quickly and has held on to his spot. Got a little advantage over Brandon Card, one of the guys zooming up there along with Matt Airy. Dale Hightower held down that lead for a long time this morning. Other Stetson Blaylock, already a winner this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Drew Benton, Brock Mosley joining Seth Bider now. Cliff Prince into that top 10 as well. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. And as promised, it's a challenge. Tenkiller, every place this time of year south of the Mason-Dixon line is a true challenge.
That's exactly right, Tom. And really coming into this event, we put on our Toyota Midday Report. This is one of those rare tournaments that, look, we knew it. September, we talked about it earlier in our broadcast. Whether you're in the south, southeast, central United States, September is going to be a grinder. Dale Hightower, he was a little bit shaky coming into this off of his practice. Well, he's really lived up to his reputation in this region as a true grinder, catching 3 overs this morning. Again, if you're just tuning into our broadcast, largemouth and smallmouth bass have to be 16 inches or more. Spotted bass, 12 inches or more, Tommy Sanders.
Absolutely, and 3 that are overs is a big bonus. It's enough to propel you through the day, possibly get you on to the next day. Drew Cook, our leader, Dick's Sporting Goods Bassmaster Rookie of the Year. Coming in there, had a lot of distractions coming in here, a lot of business to take care of back home, and
spotted bass.
Not much in the way of practice, but has responded, has answered the bell in fine fashion.
Exactly right. Tough week for Drew Cook, losing a very close family friend, losing a lot of practice, but catching a few keepers early this morning. And your Angler of the Year leader, Scott Canterbury, it has not been easy today, but an over 16-inch bass here, about the first hour of competition right there for Scott Canterbury. And this is one of those tournaments that has lived up to all the pre-tournament reports. Taking a look right here at Scott Canterbury. Looks like a keeper spotted bass right there. That this is going to be one of those tournaments. And that bass right there was actually during our midday break. Scott Canterbury, every keeper will count in this tournament.
He's got 3 in the live well now for Scott Canterbury. Let's take a look at Randy Sullivan, the Texas angler, who has been working that particular bank for a good long while this morning.
And you're seeing a lot of the fishermen right now,
sideways.
after that low light condition that we had. A lot of anglers now transitioning and kind of playing safety, catching some of those 12 to 13-inch spotted bass.
Yeah, beast.
Good to get one of those with the sun up high in the air right now, and Randy Sullivan is on the board. Again, we have 75 anglers out there today. Only 35 will continue after tomorrow's session on Lake Tenkiller. One of the anglers we have a camera with all day here. This is moments ago. Take a look at Harvey Horn of Arkansas.
That's bad. Get out of that tree. Stay away from there.
Get in here. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Woo, son. Game changer, baby. What's that in there? While we're waiting on that to come on. Come on, turn on. Dude! $3.11.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby.
Yeah!
Yeah.
That helps the cause, my friend. Man, oh man. Needed that.
at 11:02.
Give me an update. What we just did, where you came from, or what you just did.
I came into this area. This is a creek that is down by the dam. It's notoriously good for smallmouth. Just left another area where I was fishing offshore. Just kind of like I predicted, these fish are starting to migrate back to the banks about this time. I'm still throwing a jig. The reason why I'm throwing a jig is there's not much buckbrush down this bank that's still in the water, but there's a lot of these big chunk rock and some solid rock. And I think these fish are just coming back in here because the bluegill are going to this type of rock because the buckbrush is starting to get out of the water. You know, the water's falling, the buckbrush is starting to get out, you know, up on the bank again. And it's just this time of year with the drawdowns and stuff, this is something that normally happens. It's not that uncommon for us to do that here or to see these conditions here. But I've been fishing this creek for, you know, a couple of years, and I just know the few key little spots to fish in it. Every now and then they pay off, like this one did so far. We're gonna sit here for a few more minutes and we'll bounce down to this next little spot. I'd caught a big smallmouth right up there in practice on day 2. That's what brought me back in here. Just need 3 more. Let's see if that one had a friend.
We're gonna stay with you live for a while, so I'll tell you when you're on.
Okay.
Big boost for Harvey Horn right there. The 3rd fish of the day should bump him all the way up into 2nd place, I believe.
Biggest one we've seen today.
Yeah, biggest fish we've seen today.
3rd biggest fish all day.
And if there's 2 things that have transpired, obviously that topwater bite in the morning, very, very key for some of our leaders. But really the second common technique has been guys that are jig fishing on these 45-degree banks, typical for that region. And really some of the guys that have 3 to 5 fish with some of those overs has been this right here. So we got to see Matt Airy doing the same thing earlier.
Talking about this region, Harvey Horn from Bella Vista, Arkansas, obviously a Beaver Lake would rank as his home lake. This place doesn't compare in size, but the look of the bank,
absolutely,
the look of the water looks very much like Beaver Lake.
Look at Canterbury, Drew Cook, Harvey Horn, all identical slope banks. And typical for, if you're just tuning in to this broadcast right now, with water falling, those always seem to be the best banks.
So 45 is what you're looking for.
Exactly.
45 degrees. Okay.
We good? Awesome. Don't know if it was or wasn't, but it felt good, so I pulled on it. Bonus coverage.
Here we go. One of our big players from Cayuga Lake.
Is that fighter?
That's going to be our Rapala Live watch as we look in on Seth Fighter. And not what you would think of offhand as being his type of lake, strictly speaking, but man, he can get it done just about anywhere.
Absolutely. Looks like one of the anglers doing a little bit of work with that spoon in the marina. No, actually, with a swim jig it looks like. Yeah.
Outstanding year for Seth Fighter.
Big year.
No doubt about
Make
that.
about one more cast, maybe two more casts, and I'm gonna move to the other side again.
That is not the voice of
That
Seth
is
Fighter.
not Seth Fighter at all. Yeah, absolutely not.
He's spent half his year down in the South. He's changed a little bit, boys.
2 more casts.
Keith Combs up to 5th place with 2-pounder.
These marinas obviously factored in the college event. For those who haven't been listening or haven't tuned in and heard, the marinas have definitely factored in past events here, especially the college event last year. But we will see. They might get beat up on day 1 or day 2, but I could see an hour or 2 flurry for an angler. We see them ping kick off because they hit a marina slips at the right time.
86-degree water in here. And until it really cools off a little bit, probably later next month, these fish are they're coming to the banks. September is the time of year that they actually start that migration. And we're just on that starting part of the migration. They were up in the bushes while the water was high. They've pulled out as the water dropped, and they're just starting to come back in. And that's basically what I've been counting on, is to find those fish that are in that transition. Side across real quick.
We talked about it early this morning, what a 3.5 to 4.5 pounder would do. A lot of tournaments, it'll give you a swing of about 5 to 10 places, but that absolutely rocketed him to the leaderboard.
We saw when we came back from the break, we saw a little snippet of Drew Cook putting one in the box. Let's take a look at another episode here. This was just moments ago with our Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year leader.
I believe. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know. I don't know, Russell. I don't...
12.
Oh, baby. Woo. I'm going to take a gander and say that he's not even going to be a pound. You take that? $13 ounces.
Moments ago with Drew Cook, a little keeper spotted bass right there, goes in the box. Three anglers in a
My daughter's
pumping
probably
station.
watching it too, knowing her. Stay in school, kids. Being an adult isn't easy. Three more.
Swinging again, that tiny one actually allowed Drew back into the top 20.
See Drew Cook and Harvey Horn doing a lot of swatting. Get on some of these banks with a bunch of those little spotted bass, those bullets.
small sampling here does not reveal anyone staying with the top water into the high sunshine part of the day, but it could be a different case somewhere else on the lake.
And Drew Cook jokes. I mean, high towers hooked up.
Gotcha.
No, but Cook will be sarcastic about a 13 ouncer, but there'll be guys who weigh in 3 or 4 fish today that are like, man, I wish I had 13 more ounces or a pound.
Yeah, you don't.
You hooked up, it went live.
Really?
You don't throw them away in expectation of a bigger one later, for sure.
I didn't cuss, did I? I didn't cuss, did I? Okay. I'm trying. I'm working on that.
So you're saying that could be the difference in making the top 35, Ronnie, and fishing on?
Oh, I think so. I think if you have 2 limits, if you have a limit each day, you'll be in contention for making the cut. Especially if the couple are 16 inchers.
There are only 5 limits right now.
Wow.
And like we said, there's 25, 26 guys that don't have Bass Track, but our sample size is of 45 to 50 guys right now.
Going to remind you now and often that there's a bit of a program note for the next event coming up, which is the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship. That's going to be a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday event next week, so a week from this Sunday. That's when that action starts on Lake St. Clair.
Ron, we can get some of the folks that are watching today. What's going to lead at the end of today?
What's going to lead
What's
at the
going to
end
lead
of today? I'm just going to repeat your
biggest
question.
bag.
Biggest bag. To ask some of our friends on the Twitter poll.
Oh, you want me to ask or do you want me to give my thought?
Both.
I'll give mine now, but I'll ask later.
That was a power trip right there.
I think it'll be like,
I go 12.
I was going to say 13.5, 13.7, something like that.
I go 12.
I say right at 13.
Tommy?
12.4.
I'll go 12.9.
Okay.
12.4, 12.9, 13, 13.6.
Okay.
I said 5 and 7, so I'll go 6.
Okay.
Write it down.
Scale was fluttering.
Can we make a 53 pounds, 54 pounds for a total?
No.
That's what I put. That's what me and Kyle were talking about. We said it during Facebook. Was that before the event started, 53 pounds? What is that? That's like.
Oh,
we got an in-house executive guess of 10 pounds. Are you excited about the game tonight? Who's that quarterback on the Jaguars?
Oh, yeah, Gardner Minshew, who was...
I'm sorry. I can't get enough of it. Sorry.
No. Minshew. Yeah.
Sorry.
Keith
I am
Combs.
excited. I'm excited for that cornerback, too.
Yes, boy.
Jalen, he's on fire now.
Little spark plug.
He is.
Keith Combs up to second place. Mm-hmm. Another 2-pounder. He's got 3 of them in there.
Totally fits the way he's good at fishing, right?
Boy, the big bass at that college event last year was a 6-pounder. Think how much that would do for somebody today.
Was that the big bass in the college event here?
Yeah,
6? Wow.
41-6 won it, I believe.
Who caught that one, Ronnie? You remember?
I want to say it was like Ratliff, maybe. On that final day, they had like that giant bag, but I'll have to check.
One of the things I've actually been doing that first fish this morning came as I'm just cranking this jig along the bottom. It's really a good way to get a reaction bite. It's basically the same thing I do on Grand this time of the year. It's what I was doing year before last when I finished 8th in the Open.
Oh, I was wrong. They had a 6 even, but a 6-3 was the big bass.
Oh.
It was
So 2 6s were
yes,
weighed in.
They had a 5 and a 5.9, a 6.3, and a 6, and those were the biggest of each day. So
Ron,
I don't,
what time of year was that?
I think
About
it was
a month
late.
earlier than what we are here.
It was
Was it?
late July,
Yeah, okay.
19th through the 21st.
Okay.
Well, maybe a little more than that.
That was Zeke Gossett and Hayden Barty had a 6.3. Nick Ratliff, our guy who's represented the college series in the Opens, he had the 6-pounder.
Mm-hmm.
The final day.
Six-pounder would fairly shake up this thing.
Yes.
That's on this day.
Yeah, it's very interesting. If I'm remembering this correctly, looking down through, shoot, I could even go down to 10th probably and get it right. First and second were definitely marina guys. Third was they fished deep, shallow, upriver, down lake. They fished everywhere, but they were some of like the river guys. Fourth and fifth were just offshore strictly, not marinas, just offshore. Sixth was schooling fish around marinas. Seventh was offshore, and then there was a mixture of stuff.
I remember watching that event here with the college anglers. Was there any good smallmouth caught in that tournament? I don't
know. I mean, literally, I don't think that there weren't any. They didn't factor at all.
Wow.
There might have been like 1 or 2 like really good ones, like a 4-pounder, but there wasn't just keepers.
These little son of a gun, man. I'm about to get annoyed.
Brandon Carr just took over the lead with his 4th fish. He's got 9 pounds even.
I'm about to have to move. Give me a couple of casts.
That jig about had it.
Yes, sir.
No bait fish. And then one flips. Oh, good Lord.
Dale Hightower, as Marzona mentioned earlier, been to the Classic, was there in 2011, he got 15th place down there in New Orleans. The Oklahoma native from Manford. We talked about Manford's up in the Keystone Lake area there, so it's not far. You know, we're just down the road from Tulsa a little ways, and the other side of Tulsa is Manford and Keystone Lake. That's where.
Surprisingly, he said he does not have much experience here.
Yeah.
Does not have a lot of. He just said there's other lakes that he fishes a lot more in that region.
Guys from up here.
You know, I don't have a whole lot of experience here. I've probably fished, some BFLs here. Last time I was here on Tenkiller was about 5-6 years ago. To my knowledge, it seems like it's been, 5 or 6, and it may even been longer than that, but been a while. But in the past, early on, before I started fishing professionally, I was, I fished the BFLs and weekend series and all that kind of stuff. Some local tournaments, Skeeter, Yamaha, what have you, couples, trails and stuff up here, but that's been several years ago. Hasn't been anytime soon, so to say I have a lot of experience here, I really don't have, other than I have at least seen it and have fished it in the past. It's just been a while,
We talked to Luke Palmer earlier in the year he actually wouldn't qualify as Eastern Oklahoma, but a different section down there in the Eufaula area.
I wish I'd been
I don't
here
spend much time. We were talking about Fort Gibson, but I'm assuming that means the same as here.
I could have come up here and fished it a little bit, but no way for us to know what was going to happen with the lakes, from Gibson to here. But hindsight's 20/20 now. I wish we were on Gibson, we just didn't know what the water was going to do up there. Bass made a great decision. They had to make a choice and let us know, which way we were going, and based on the information that the Corps was giving us, everything led that, it looked like we needed to be here, but you don't ever know what the Corps is going to do. They got a mind of their own, and they do what they want to do when they want to do it, and it's not based off of what we want them to do fishing-wise, that's for sure. All right, I think I'm about done here.
Well, what's interesting, Tommy, is our friend Dale has used this change in the schedule.
Which he thinks is a good change, yeah.
And he's used it to be the second time today.
What?
That's exactly right.
No.
You hear that drum solo coming?
Oh, yeah.
With a sweet rip on the backside. Hey, Dale, you picked the right pocket to start in this morning, friend. Not one, not two, but 3 whopper plopper bites. 3 overs for Dale Hightower. What 2 more of those would do for him by the weigh-in today? Absolutely. And not only that, we heard how critical the first 45 minutes to an hour was going to be this morning. For that guy right there, It was everything so far. Hey, Dale, like we said, you have used this lake change to your advantage. You are, for the second time, the power pole replay. Get him right there. He's feeling it. He's flowing.
He's feeling it.
Thanks, Ron.
Exactly
I appreciate that.
I'm going to step on you, Z. Stetson Blaylock, a 2 3/4 pounder. He's up to almost 10 pounds and the lead.
Don't you step on him.
Perfect timing, Such.
He's still in the AOI battle.
Absolutely.
6th place, 1 point behind cracking that top 5. He is still in the thick of that battle.
Headway here next week. Who
Stetson
knows?
Blaylock unofficially taking over the lead here.
Dale Hightower, 7th place. He'll move up a little bit. Before this day is over, you can count on that. Brandon Card, another big move going on right now. We're just getting started with the second half of our day, our coverage of this event on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Be right back.
The Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is brought to you by Minn Kota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Toyota.
Cherokee Casino Tahlequah is now open. More entertainment, dining, and convention options at the new Cherokee Casino property. With over 525 of today's most exciting electronic games, a 144-seat restaurant loaded with all your favorites, a brand new grab-and-go cafe, rock and live music venue, plus a full-service bar and complimentary non-alcoholic beverages. The game is better than ever at the new Cherokee Casino Tahlequah, now open 3307 South 7 Clans Avenue.
Nice bed liner. Did you know you can spray Line-X on just about anything that needs protection?
More than just bed liners?
You got it. How about a park bench? A trailer? Van liner. Work truck. Motorcycle.
Wow. So what else can you do with that snappy finger trick?
It's pretty Line-X specific.
Oh. Do you have my keys?
Oh, here you go.
Really?
Go beyond the bedliner and Line-X it.
For the bass that thinks it's a bulldog. For the walleye that thinks it's a freight train. For the tuna that thinks it's a torpedo. For the tarpon that thinks it's a tarpon. You need the mono that thinks it's a braid. Suffix Advance. New Advanced Mono with HMPE braid molecules for strength, abrasion resistance, and low stretch. Suffix Advance. The mono that thinks it's a braid.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang, we should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir. Nope.
There he is.
Oh, I got it.
It's time to take fishing to a bold, new place. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. These baits feature a revolutionary new material that releases a supercharged scent field. They attract more fish and trigger more strikes than even original Powerbait. And all remain soft and flexible out of the package, so they're ready to fish. 10 forage-inspired natural matte colors come alive in the water. Berkley Powerbait Max Set. Fish bite and won't let go.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Ever since you could remember, it's always been there. It's a resource that has guided you. From it all, you've learned, you've applied, and you've become a Bassmaster.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Dream big. Join B.A.S.S.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I
drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you
missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of Bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Mr. Elite Series, we are at the final one right now. Turns out to be Lake Tenkiller for the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite, and Stetson Blaylock, who won at Winyah Bay at the third regular season event of this. No, I'm sorry, the fourth regular season event of this season is the man on top by a fraction ahead of Brandon Cole.
Could we see a third two-time winner of this? Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened in the
No, that I'm aware of. No.
Has there ever been 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Counting all-star stuff.
Okay.
We're back when we had the all-star.
So potential, and I love that all-star stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I really did. I
Well,
love
yeah,
that.
sure.
I've
Who
always
didn't?
been outspoken
We talk about
that. I love the postseason. that was sarcasm right there.
Yeah.
Tommy.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Stetson Blaylock, though, solid day so far. And again, we need to preface this. A lot of anglers, as you say, Ron Moore, without Bass Track today. Going to take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake.
And that is not the lake we're fishing
Wait,
on.
that is what?
That is Fort Gibson.
Yes. Hey, one thing to say about Fort Gibson, interestingly enough, we talked about, I got to fish out there for a few days with Jason Christie. He lives right around the Tahlequah area, fishes all of those bodies of water, Arkansas River, Fort Gibson. Seemed like Fort Gibson was the quality body of water.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Less numbers of fish, but a lot of quality. And really, I'll be honest with you, that entire week, the number place of just solid bites was right here at Lake Tenkiller. Taking a look at who we have cameras on here. On day number 1, Yusuke Miyazaki, Harvey Horn, Dale Hightower, Scott Canterbury. Need to make up a little bit of ground right now. Drew Cook, right around the corner from him, we see Randy Sullivan. That was your Humminbird lay of the.
Ironically, Canterbury and Cook very close together on that leaderboard.
Tell you what,
right
I'm
now.
fired up about.
Oh, how's that?
Rambo First Blood coming out this week.
Is that the 19th Rambo film? Is that or is it 20?
Easy.
Okay,
Tom.
It seems like there's a lot to me.
It's the last one, though.
You don't know that.
Don't know that.
Who's the next Rambo?
There's not.
Could be.
Son of Rambo.
I mean, I went and saw Fast and Furious 37 the other day. It was really good.
There's some bonus coverage with Mike Huff. We watched Mike. We looked in on Mike a little bit earlier today, and Mike, I think, has agreed to just chat with us for a moment here. And Mike, give us your assessment of the day versus what your expectations were. I don't know if you heard that, Mike. If you can hear us, give us your give us a sketch of today versus what your expectations were for today.
I've got 4 more than I thought I was going to have after a practice. Yeah, just having to cover a lot of water. There's no real rhyme or reason to it. I'm just putting my head down and throwing a spook. You can't really put it down because you're only getting a bite every 30 or 45 minutes on it. But most of the time, it's been a pretty good one. But I'm just going to stick with it the rest of the day, and hopefully if I can just get one more good bite on it, I'll have a pretty decent bag for how tough it's been.
Mike, real quick, Mark Zona here. Got a question for you. For some odd reason, and not to say that Ron Moore is a cheater in fantasy fishing, but he put you on his team. Is there inside info going on?
I guess, us college guys, I used to fish against Ron. I got a... Thank you, man. Nope. Got a weird looking bag.
Mike, congratulations! Great finish at Cayuga. That's been your best event of the year. And let me ask you this: what is this place? What is Tenkiller? Does it remind you of any place back home in Kentucky? I mean, what would you compare it most closely to?
About the same size as this one. It's called Barren Lake.
Oh yeah.
And it fishes, and we're just full of fish, but fish is really tough in September. and you really got to just cover a lot of water. Put your bait in front of as many fish as you can. It's a very similar. It even looks the same. So kind of just attack it how I would Barron. But just getting a limit this time of the year is good.
Mike, we saw that smallmouth right there. Have you got any smallmouth in the live well today that are over 16?
Yeah, I've got one, and missed a pretty good one, but I do have one, yeah.
Mike, thank you so much. We're going to let you fish on. Pardon me?
Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah. I wish we could stay. We can't. We want to watch guys throw that topwater all day.
Absolutely.
So that's kind of as mesmerizing to us.
Just need one more.
Good luck to Mike Huff. Good day for him.
Absolutely.
Again, best tournament of the year. Last outing. Lake Cayuga up there, 14th place. Harvey Horn on the left.
That one finish jumped him 9 spots in the AOI standings from on the cusp at 47th to 38th.
Time well spent in the Empire State, I'd say.
Oh. Smallmouth. He won't ever hit it twice, ever. That was not a bass.
Oh, yeah. Was missing. Yes, sir.
Mike Huff. They're in 7th place.
Solid
Big Sporting Goods.
Living with the top
Rookie
water.
of the Year
Actually used to be
competition.
another doctor out
Based, as Such mentioned, his big boost at Cayuga was big for that. Harvey Horn on the left, also one of our rookies out here this year. And Harvey Horn, it's been a dream of his, for the longest time.
Actually, you and I met him at a charity event, if you remember, long ago at a tournament. We covered Beaver or Bull Shoals, one of them.
I believe it was Beaver
long
Lake,
ago.
As a matter of fact, yeah, we met Harvey over there.
Harvey, his beard was a lot darker then.
Yes, it
was a lot darker then.
Like all of us, but Harvey Horn.
Good guy.
Yeah, good guy, and a guy who's tickled to death to be in the position he is in today.
How's it going, man? What's the date?
$2 worth of crickets.
$2 worth of crickets. Part of the normal routine. I'll come up here and help out when I'm needed, fill in as needed. It's just a great relationship we've developed over the past 10 years or so. They take care of me and I try to take care of them as best I can. When I was probably 3 or 4 years old, I caught my first bass, and it really was the catalyst that started me on the path of becoming a professional fisherman. The tournament side I really didn't get into until I was probably 20, 21 years old. Back home in Louisiana, where I'm from, they were small jackpot tournaments. From there, I graduated up to the Bass Nation Club once I moved to Arkansas.
My family is my rock, so to speak. I had a little time in there when my son was born. I stayed home with him every day and only got out to fish, maybe one day a weekend while my wife was going to school to get her master's degree. So I was a stay-at-home dad. Once he started school, I started fishing Small Bass Nation Club and trying to progress into the opens. And here we are today, qualified for the Elite Series and get to go out and fish as what I consider to be a true professional.
Yeah! Woo!
A little bit of an LSU fan. Growing up, I had two college teams that I could cheer for, and that was LSU and Notre Dame. But there was enough Catholics in our area that Notre Dame was kind of our secondary school that we could cheer for and not get beat up too bad.
Do you get hazed here?
This is Clay Connor from Express. How you doing, sir?
Good morning. Good morning. How you?
Oh, I'm good. We're shooting a little video right now. Everything's going pretty good.
I do have some pretty exciting news for you. David Ittner with Yamaha agreed yesterday, and I'm going to let you work out the details. You have gone above and beyond the call of action. I said, Dave, let me tell you, this is the experience I've had with Harvey Horn. I stated that we were having a small event, and the first thing out of his mouth is, when do I need to be there? And I said, Harvey, you don't have to be here. He said, I want to be there. And I said, he had a 3-hour drive or whatever it was. I got there at 6:30, and Harvey was waiting on me. And we had no commitment. Can you imagine if we lead him in the right direction? Can you imagine if we create expectations? And he said, I love it. How's that make you feel?
That is absolutely as exciting of news as I could have got today, I believe. The future is always exciting.
Harvey Horn is your brand new leader.
The support that B.A.S.S is putting behind us this year is going to be the most exciting thing that I've ever done. I'm Harvey Horn, and this is the Bassmaster Elite Series. So this year has been quite the learning experience. Just the absolute amount of great support has been overwhelming. To be able to come out this year and go to the great places that we've been, Florida and all the way to New York, Texas. Now we're in Oklahoma. It's been an amazing year. One of the things that I'm extremely grateful for is the team that I work with at Express Boats. We've committed to becoming better anglers, people, and they've stood behind us 100%, and I'm just in awe, of everything that's went on this year. My fishing hasn't been clean this year, I guess I could say. I've been around them quite a few times, enough to do well, but with the great venues that we've got coming up next year, I'm excited, and I'm extremely grateful to B.A.S. for giving us this opportunity. 50 years is a long time to be around in any industry, and for Ray Scott's dream to become what it is now, a place for all anglers, of all skill levels. I started in the Bass Nation 10 years ago, and here we are at the top level, and it's been a heck of a ride, and without the support of my wife and my family, I couldn't do what I do. It's been a great year. I really don't have any complaints at all with everything that the great folks at B.A.S. have done, and all the companies that support me. It's just been extremely. I don't even have the words to say just how great it's been, and the outpouring of support from the fans this year is it just humbles me, you know, to be able to go out here and do what I do and make a living at it is a unique experience, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I've worked really hard to get here, and it's just a wonderful, wonderful ride. I just hope I can keep it up for as long as it lasts.
Harvey Horn.
It's a good guy.
Good guy, good story.
Good guy, man.
It's a little other background information, not too far away from here. Last year, Bass Pro Shops Central Open on Arkansas River, right near Muskogee. Win for him. That's one of the ways that unlocked his pathway to get where he is right now. Now, there's Davey Hyde about to cross another threshold in his pathway of greatness out there. He's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame week after next, actually, technically, but it's not that far away. Davey, you found some boat docks like our college anglers did last year here on this body of water.
You're exactly right, Tommy. You know, I had to come sneaking around some of these boat docks knowing that there would be some fishermen around these boat docks, and I ran into David Mullins, and you know, he does not have Bass Track with him today. He's got 9 pounds, he told me, and he's not one that usually would exaggerate at all. So it's put him either in the lead or very, very close to the lead. The good news for David Mullins is he said he had most of what he's got by 9 o'clock this morning. He's been switching up, doing some different things, obviously in here keeping these boat docks honest. And Zone, I know you've seen it. Tommy, Ronnie, all of you have seen it. When you come in here around these boat docks and you think, gosh, the fish just aren't biting, but maybe there's just not a lot of quality fish here. Well, just peeking around and looking in the shady spots of these boat docks, I saw a smallmouth just a few minutes ago. Carrie, my cameraman, and I saw one 5 or 6 pounds. I mean, there's big fish in this lake, no doubt about it. They're just a little difficult today, but David Mullins certainly got something going on. Said he caught his fish this morning deeper. He switched up fishing some boat docks, doing a few different things, using his electronics, seeing these fish, but it's just real hard to get on the bite.
Davey, real quick, in the boat dock area that you're in, are they getting a lot of pressure or no?
You know, that good question, Z. That every set of boat docks I go into, even a bigger marina like this, you'll see a boat or two, but it's not like, you know, I saw some of that college footage, which I'm sure, you know, all these anglers, when they found out they were coming here, tried to research all they could, saw a lot of fish being caught around those boat docks. It surprises me not to see as many anglers. And I'm not saying you can go to a big set like this and not see a boat or two, but it's not like you see a boat in every stall or in every lane. Really surprising, but here's the thing. I mean, you can mark fish on your electronics like David Mullins is doing. You can actually see fish in the shade, but it's difficult to get those fish to bite right now for whatever reason. There again, the main reason is September in the south. A lot of real small bait fish, a lot of shad around everywhere, whether you're out in open water, you're back in a creek, or you're around these boat docks. There's a lot of small bait fish, and that makes fishing tough. When those, whether it's largemouth, spotted bass, smallmouth, it doesn't matter. When they get dialed in on that real small bait fish, it makes fishing tough. It absolutely does. And here, the future for this lake is incredible. I've seen as many small non-keeper bass here as anywhere I've been in a number of years, because we had all that high water. But to go along with that, there's a lot of the threadfin shad that have made it to this point, and now they've come out of the buckbrush and they're exposed, and it's just got the fish scattered from a foot deep, like we've seen some anglers fishing, all the way out suspended over 30, 40, and 50 feet deep. But there's always a population. When you have big marinas like this, there's always a population of fish there. But anglers have gotten much, much better over the years. And they know that they can always go in marinas and look for fish year round, and these fish just get a lot of pressure.
Hey, Davey, real quick, what is, just for everybody that's watching at home, what is the depth of like that dock you're at right there? What is the depth?
Well, like 25, 30 feet. Right here is actually 34 feet. So a little deeper right here than some of the other. But yeah, I mean, these fish can live in here all year long, absolutely all year long. And And just around the corner from this set of docks I'm on now, but all connected, is a marina where they feed the fish, and they have signs up everywhere, absolutely no fishing. But, you know, I looked down, I saw a couple big smallmouth, saw some carp, saw some big bluegill. Absolutely, you know, the winning stringer of fish would be in any one of these big marinas like this right here, but they're just real hard to get to bite right now. It's the wrong month, and the temperatures, hopefully the clouds will help tomorrow. I think it'll get a little bit better. Even with the pressure, I think tomorrow could definitely be our best day. The pressure will mount on this body of water and maybe make it tougher to get better and better each and every day. But tomorrow being the second day, and tomorrow these clouds moving in, if they don't quite make it in today, should be a good day on Lake Tenkiller.
All right. Thanks for being on the move out there, Davey, digging up all the good stuff that you have helped us out with. Tomorrow is going to be a different day, 10 to 20 out of the southeast, too.
Exactly. And I'm not scared for Davey and cameraman Kerry if they see another melonhead slaunch smallmouth. Just go live.
Yeah, sure. Let's go live. We'll enjoy the pictures.
Get in
here. That.
Well, that's the one thing that we did here. A lot of anglers out there without Bass Track today, and we're going to see leaderboard definitely shook up
absolutely.
in a big way today with Dave Mercer, your day one weigh-in.
Beast.
A lot of guys, a lot of points in the balance here, a lot of different pathways to get where they want to go. It's the Classic, of course. And then before that, you want to go to Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Championship. All of that hanging in the balance on what you can get done in 2 days. First, that's jobs 1 and 2, days 1 and 2. Get past here in the 35 or better, and you will be looking a lot better on your point situation at the end of the season. Stetson Blaylock from Arkansas, like Harvey Horn, occupying the top spot right now. And again, unofficial, as you mentioned. We got lots of guys without marshals, but we will know all by the time this day is over on Bassmaster.
The live show.
Yeah.
Live coverage of the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller will return after this short break.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Let's go. Wake the streets up. Wake the streets up. Come on.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
The amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
You can fish it fast, you can fish it slow. It's the key bait to catch them once you find them.
It imitates everything those bass are keyed in on. One of the best tools we have as tournament anglers is something that can cover water. You know, being able to move through unproductive water to find those stretches of productive water is really, really important for us. So something that we can cast and retrieve back to the boat at a pretty steady to quick pace is something that is going to be a great tool for me. And there's really not much better tool out there on the market right now than a bladed jig.
This is the Terminator shuttering bait.
There is no other vibrating swim jig on the market that moves near the water that this bait does.
You know, there's a lot of different makers, a lot of different styles, but no one ever had one that I felt worked really good in the muddiest of water until I got my hands on these.
That cup design is very, very different. Most bladed jigs have a real thin metal blade. This is actually a plastic material, and having that cup is what makes it a lot different from everything else. It catches the water and actually moves the blade, which makes the whole jig move side to side so much more. That's really important when those bass are feeding heavy. If you look at this thing in the water, you can see that the jig head actually hangs down below the blade. So the blade's working, it's catching the water, but having the jig head set down below it, it's down there kind of doing its own separate thing. So they're working together separately.
And the other thing about it is big fish. I mean, you know, you're fishing for numbers, but at the same time, a lot of times I've caught the biggest fish in my tournament on a bladed jig.
And we've designed this to where it'll handle big fish. It's got a 5/0 custom VMC heavy-duty hook in it, and it's also got really strong components from the snap to the split ring that attaches the blade to the head. Every piece of it is geared towards you catching big fish on.
Man, that's a beautiful fish. She ate that shuttering bait right in the corner of the mouth, exactly how you want it.
It's just got a really, really good thump to it, and I can seem to get more bites fishing it slow, like practically dragging it on the bottom, actually.
The great part about this is it's heavy enough that I can make very targeted, low underhand cast, so it's not just an open water chunk and wind bait.
You know, just try to make the most accurate cast you can, and then when you get near the target, I like giving it a little snap here and there. Just seems like the more erratic your retrieve is, especially when you're fishing around visible cover like this.
When we were working on the shuttering bait, I wanted to pick out several different colors that really fit my style of fishing, and we were able to do that. We've got 9 colors in it and 2 sizes, 3/8 and a 1/2 ounce. And dialing these colors in was something that was a lot of fun because we actually have the ability to match the blade to the bait. That's something that with most bladed jigs, you know, you just don't have that ability. With the shuttering bait, we did. We can dye that, or we can make it a matte finish as we did on like some of the black ones to where it doesn't have the flash when we don't want it. And the neat thing about this too as an angler, if you want to customize it, you can take that blade off and put it on one of the other jigs if you so choose. Couple features on the shuttering bait. Number 1 is a trailer keeper. You always fish this bait with some type of a trailer. Having a trailer keeper on there extends the life of that bait, and it makes more of your cast productive because your trailer is going to stay in place where it needs to be. I mean, an all-around great head design. That comes through cover extremely well.
A lot of the other baits that are like this, it's real hard to throw around brush like we're doing, but this one just deflects off everything. You just don't get snagged as often. You go back in there and you just think you can't get a bite. This is one of those baits that'll get you a bite or two.
That unique custom design cup lip catches and moves so much water that the amount of vibration this dude puts off is second to none.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
First trip ever for the Bassmaster Elite Series. This beautiful place right here, Lake Tenkiller, about 13,000 acres, not huge, but loaded with fish. It's just this time of year they're very, very hard to catch, very, very challenging for these great, great anglers who are trying to make it to the next stop. Postseason action on Lake St. Clair.
Yes.
Stetson
Yes,
Blaylock,
sir.
the man who's leading the way right now. Stetson Blaylock's position is pretty well secured, I would have to say, based not in a small part on his victory earlier this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Brandon Card's been showing up near the top of the leaderboard here and there, especially in the last half of this season. Mike Huff, a rookie, doing very well. Keith Combs, what if it was Keith Combs breaking through here at Lake Tenkiller?
Would not have
and not
seen
some
that
of the
one
other
coming.
places. No, they
not have
wouldn't be.
seen- No, but you know what? I'm going to tell you something about you, hon. Okay?
What?
Too much doom and gloom, man.
What do you mean?
You are such a treat, Tommy.
Well, I do what I can, but apparently it's not enough. I'll try to do better, I guess. Hey, a lot of news this week. A lot of news in the world of bass fishing for our purposes,
What a
and
treat.
all the bets. Stop it. But it's just for now. I will get back to that later. Hey, new schedule for 2020 announced
Huge
for
schedule.
the Bassmaster Elite Series. That is always huge, and I think the Screen of Knowledge is going to help us out. And the master of the Screen of Knowledge, his master, Ron Moore, is going to direct us to what's happening next year.
I don't know if I can be considered a master, but I do have the schedule here on the Screen of Knowledge, and it starts out really strong. I mean, we have basically the entire season announced except for Texas Fest. So of the ones that are announced so far, we started off at the St. Johns River. Obviously, we saw what it's done in past years, what it did this year, almost breaking the century mark. Should be a great time. Starts it off first week of February. Then we'll go from there. They give them a day of travel. Instead of having to jump up there Sunday night after the tournament, you can have that Monday to go up there, because we're going to go to Dayton, Tennessee, Lake Chickamauga, second week of February. Chickamauga is a popular destination for bass fishing and pro tournaments, but February, probably a time that hasn't been fished, and it should yield some pretty big fish if they're biting for sure. We go to the Classic, Lake Gunnersville. That'll be great. First week of March. That'll be a good halt after 2 Elite Series events. Then we jump down to a place we haven't been in since I was in my teens. Like, this was when I was 10 years old was the last
Bassmaster
time.
Elite Series. No.
Lake Eufaula, I believe the last 2 times we went there was 2002, 2004, I believe. I think Denny Brower won both of those.
The last time we were there.
Won there.
I think,
Won Invitational.
And then we'll go from Eufaula, first week of April, up to Santee Cooper. I believe those are back to earth.
Oh boy,
they're close to back to back. I believe. I think they are, or there's a week between them. But Santee Cooper, mid-April. What should we expect there? It should be. I mean, we know what it yields, but
big ones.
Big ones.
Yes.
And then we'll go from there to Texas, the Sabine River. Obviously, great crowds in Orange, Texas. The last week of May, first week of June. We've seen what it's done that time of year. Who knows if we'll have Louisiana in limits or off limits this time around. Then we'll go to Texas Fest, but we don't have that announced yet. Not going to spill the beans here today, but we're talking about Rayburn, Lake Travis, Lake Fork, the last 3 Texas Fest locations. Fabulous. And
could be someplace else entirely too, right?
There could be, you have great fisheries like Falcon, Amistad,
Livingston, Conroe, places like that.
Yeah,
Sure.
Louisville. I mean, we could revisit one of those other 3 we have before. So plenty of options there for Texas Fest. Then we'll come up north and we'll hit some of our awesome smallmouth places that we come to expect. Waddington, St. Lawrence River. Then we'll jump over in New York, back to back, Champlain. That should be a great one. And then we will cap off part of the season, Lake St. Clair, just like we did this year, ending it.
You know what's interesting is looking at that. You would love to ask the viewers one more question. In all honesty, what will be the highest? Let's take away Texas Fest. What will be the highest weight event of next season, looking at that?
Well, and that's what we were talking about it during a commercial break. Depending on what Texas Fest is, 5 of the first 6 elite events, not even counting the Classic, 5 of the first 6 elites, you could see a 10-pounder get caught.
What say you, Tom?
Well, I don't know. You're not going to put Falcon in there, are you? I mean, if Falcon gets in there, that's
you can guess. You know what, Rod? You can guess.
Sure.
Texas Fest, not even knowing where it's at, but I'm going to go with Santee Cooper.
I think that's a
That's
great
safe.
guess. I think
That's
that's
a low-hanging
safe.
fruit.
You're not going way too far out on a limb right there. But great, Ronnie. Thank you so much. That is a lot to look forward to, and it's just around the corner. It will be upon us before we know it, and we have come up upon some bonus coverage here.
Stop it,
Keith Combs. Yes, sir. Keith Combs having a good day out there today, and Keith, tell us what's been the key to it for you so far today, and how was it square up with the kind of practice you had?
Oh, practice was rough, man. Today, my best day of practice, I caught him early on a sexy dog, and I felt like that was my best way to catch any kind of size this week. Didn't get bit doing that this morning. And I've been catching some numbers of fish, mostly spotted bass. Throwing a little Strike King 1.5. Today I picked it up, and we've got a little bit of wind here lately, and got a nice smallmouth, 2 good largemouth, and actually got a really good, another good largemouth flipping rage bug on a dock, and I've lost 2 on docks. One came off on a shaky head, and I broke one off on the cross member. So, mostly this morning was a struggle, but lately either our timing's been just really good, or I think a lot of it has to do with a little bit of wind, a little bit of clouds. Tomorrow, I think we should continue to get better.
Keith, what's been your ratio? Have you caught any keeper smallmouth, or what do you have in the live well as far as species?
I got it all. I got 1 smallmouth that's a keeper, 3 largemouth, and I still got 1 12.5-inch spot.
Keith, you ever spent any time on Tenkiller before?
I did. I fished one other little tournament here, just a one-day thing, and I believe it was in June. And it was much better fishing, of course, in June, but the lake's got a tremendous amount of small fish, probably more small fish than most lakes you go to. But I mean, I'm talking they're really small. There's just a tremendous amount of like 5 to 8-inch bass in this place. Literally, I mean, you'll see them schooling, and we caught a bunch of them on a square bill.
Keith, I have a question for you. We were talking about next year's schedule here in the studio.
What does he think?
Yeah, for Texas Fest. Where would Keith like for us to go and do Toyota Texas Bass Fest? Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, I should say. What would be your vote, Keith?
I think Rayburn. For us just to have a great tournament on a lake that's got a. I'd like to say Conroe, honestly. I mean, Conroe would be a good one, but Conroe would fish small. A lot of guys wouldn't like it. I think it would be a really huge weight event, but it would definitely be close quarters. A place like Rayburn where guys can catch them shallow and deep, the weights are going to be big, and the lake's so big, it's pleasant to go fish those places when you're not stressed out over guys being on your starting hole. I think we had a good one on Travis a few years ago, but I think we hit Travis perfect. Travis is usually a numbers lake. The big ones don't show up there. We hit it perfect. I wouldn't expect that if we go back there again. But there's only so many lakes that are big enough really to accommodate us. I think Conroe, Rayburn, one of those two.
All right.
Or Fork again, of course.
Great stuff. Who better to give us an assessment of Texas lakes for big-time tournament action than the one and only Keith Combs? We're going to let Keith
Ironic,
fish
that's
on
my
out here.
hunting partner, and we see a slickhead right there.
There, right
you know
there.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
Right there. Right there.
Do a lot of hunting with Keith Combs. Got a great trip planned this year.
Yeah.
We do.
You guys get serious about it. A little bit of topwater action to keep us stimulated here in the afternoon. The wind's starting to pick up. You could hear that. It got hard to hear Keith. As a matter of fact, at 10 to 20 tomorrow. So that's going to change the complexion of the
Also
place
got
a little bit.
to hear Combs say that he thought it was going to greatly help the fishing. And tomorrow, obviously, we'll be with our leaders of, after the weigh-in today. We'll be with all the top 5 tomorrow. You're going to see the AOY standings get rattled up pretty
Yeah,
good.
there's going to be a
by the
shuffle
end of today.
It's going to be a shuffle.
Yeah, Chris Zaldane just filled his limit. He's up to tie with Card in second place.
Wow.
You tighten things up on Canterbury, him and Stetson.
20-degree drop or thereabouts tomorrow from today. I have only 75. And southeast at 10. We've heard 10 to 20 as well. So TH Marine Weather Watch showing us Saturday to be a little bit warmer. The wind down just a tiny bit, but some thunderstorms kind of creeping around here. The low temperature gets a little lower. The high gets a little lower on Sunday again. And still, no wind change of direction, more westerly, but still up there. Be a lot different.
Yes.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday than it is today. Mr. Cook.
What's that? I think that Eufaula and Santee Cooper. Santee Cooper, I've got circled with a check mark next to it on the calendar. I'll be ready to get to that one for sure. It should be a good tournament. But I believe Eufaula is going to be. I mean, if you watch bass fishing, you've seen Eufaula the past 2 years, and it is unfreaking believable right now. I mean, last year there wasn't a tournament that it didn't take, 27, 28 pounds to win. So, and the time of year that we're going to be there, you can catch them spawning, swim jig, shad spawn, brush piles. I mean, however you want to do it. But it'll be one of those slugfest where you can catch 20 pounds doing anything, and everybody's going to have to really catch them. Potential to have a Century Club pretty much shootout this year is there. It's a home run derby, except for the Sabine. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready for the Classic. Never been to one of those before, so it'll be fun.
Drew Cook, a lot of experience on Guntersville. He'll be a Florida boy, but he's spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
Schedule just came out. Seeing the lakes that you can fish on, what are your thoughts on the fishing destination?
Oh, I mean, it looks like a really good schedule for big fish, so, I mean, I'm excited about it. Don't really, I always look at what's happening right now, so, it is what it is right now, but the schedule looks great for next year. Be a lot of big fish caught for sure.
Is there any particular place you're excited to go to?
No, I mean, all of them, they're all going to be really big fish venues, or a lot of them are going to be big fish venues, catching a lot of big fish. So, I mean, look, this year we had some 11 pounders caught. I mean, look for it to happen again next year too. It's going to be an amazing year with that schedule. What you got? It's horrible, dude. It's horrible. Yep, I mean, I caught 8 this morning, largemouths, and 4 of them was like 15 something, and that was it. Yeah, that made 4. Little old spots. Well, I mean, I got 3 spots and 1 largemouth.
Oh. Dude, it is bad.
Well, what we've got here is you look at this two box, we call it, on the right there, the leader, the Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, and Scott Canterbury. And over to the left, we had Drew Cook, and you can see where they started position-wise to start this day, a 19-point advantage to Scott Canterbury. And right now, they're just a couple of places apart on the leaderboard today, so no big shuffle so far, at least in those two positions.
No doubt about it. We said there's going to be a little bit of a swing today at the weigh-in, no doubt. You could tell. But really looking at Canterbury's year and Drew Cook, and we talked about this earlier today, those guys did good where they were supposed to do good. But to me, the most impressive time of the season for both of those anglers is when we took that swing up to New York. Really held their own.
They did it well. Now check out Stetson Blaylock, who is our leader unofficially right now. I think he still is.
And selfishly,
he can make a move today.
We want this going into St. Clair.
Oh yeah, we want the battle joined by several anglers right at the top there.
Well, when you think about it, Drew Cook's 19 points behind. Zaldain's another 7 behind Drew Cook, so that's like 26 points from Canterbury to Zaldain. But all that takes is a top 5, top 10 finish, and the other person, is in the bottom 5 of making the cut. They can make the day 3 cut and still not have the lead.
Yeah.
It's not like 19 seems like a whole bunch, but it's just one day of fishing.
Yep. Can't take your eye on the ball any of these days of fishing here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's a limited number. Chris Zaldain, 3rd place Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year. As you said, 7 points behind Drew Cook there. If he can figure out some way to light a fire here, he can.
Huge year.
Oh,
big
my
year.
Gosh, what an incredible year. Just the last 3 tournaments. A 3rd, a 9th, and a 2nd in the last 3 tournaments.
Sitting there 26 points behind the Angler of the Year lead with a 65th on his tally this year. Winyabe, 65th.
Wow.
If he finishes 45th, he's single digits, and 45th's not
That's
even
a guy that's going to catch him next week.
Yeah.
He is a great smallmouth fisherman.
And next week's a little different than we've seen with St. Clair because the boundaries are just above St. Clair in the St. Clair River and then just below St. Clair in the Detroit River. So basically everyone's confined to Lake St. Clair.
How far up into the St. Clair River can they go? For the simple fact, that is where the predominant amount of tournaments the last 2 months have been dominated, up in that river.
We've had an Elite Series one dominated up there pretty well.
Yes.
In the past, too. That'll be a good one to get cleared up.
Dang it, he's gonna run where I should have went. Gosh, dog. I can't get my time. It's such small, like
old boat ramp right
in
here.
bushes where Jay.
The anglers will not be allowed to travel south of the Ambassador Bridge in the Detroit River or north of the I-94 bridges.
Okay.
In the St. Clair or Black River.
Got it.
How far is that toward
Pretty
your
good. It's a pretty good haul.
You get a little
Right
river
there.
to mess
Yeah.
with there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting to watch how Zaldain is fishing right here compared to anybody else that we've been on today. Obviously, he's got his boat spot locked right here, fishing off the back of it. Oh, yes.
Well, Chris Zaldane, 2 of the last 3 events has just been Mr. Fireworks on the final day, just taking it over to the edge and up and beyond. Maybe something like that is coming here at Lake Tenkiller, but that's a long ways till the end of Sunday. We're going to take ourselves a quick break and be right back.
Live coverage of the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller will return after this short break.
For fishing is obvious, whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends.
We truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V.A.S.S SHO, Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V.A.S.S SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V.A.S.S SHO and elevate your expectations.
Mother Nature is my playground. When I hit the trail, I drive hard. And Mother Nature, she hits back even harder. Line-X protects my vehicle inside and out, guaranteed to withstand even the harshest of elements. I've learned that anything worth protecting is worth overprotecting. Because when protection matters most, I Line-X it. Visit Line-X.com today.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. A powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Cherokee Casino Tahlequah is now open. More entertainment, dining, and convention options at the new Cherokee Casino property. With over 525 of today's most exciting electronic games, a 144-seat restaurant loaded with all your favorites, a brand new grab-and-go cafe, rockin' live music venue, plus a full-service bar and complimentary non-alcoholic beverages. The game is better than ever at the new Cherokee Casino Tahlequah, now open 3307 South 7 Clans Avenue.
It doesn't matter what you fish, you need the right bait. Berkley Power Bait, now in 54 proven shapes. From craws and creatures to worms, grubs, swim baits, and more. And 85 sizes. And all are infused with that deadly Power Bait flavor. Fish bite and won't let go, giving you up to 18 times longer to set the hook. And that means you catch more fish. Yeah, it's time for a bigger tackle box. Berkley, catch more fish.
That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Woo! Oh God. Yes! That is some meat from Lake Fork, baby. Yeah! Yes! Yeah! Woo! Look at that! You're mine! Yes! Baby, we legit now. Clock's right. Yeah! That's the biggest fish I caught all week. How about that for a Lake Lanier spot? Oh, yeah. Holy crap. We're getting somewhere now, boys. Yeah! Yes! Lord, please, get up in here! That's what I'm talking about! Woo!
Big bass, big stage, and big dreams. Brandon Cobb reminds us this is his home pond.
Got you! Woo! That's what we're talking about.
Scott Canterbury shoots out the lights.
Oh my gosh! Got you! Yes!
Inside the mouth, way down deep.
Oh God, that's pretty exciting.
Giant.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Woo!
That might be a 10-pounder. Come here.
Yes! That might be the biggest fish I've ever caught. Don't do it. Oh God, that's a giant. Stay on there. Oh my gosh. No, no, no. Yeah! Yeah! Giant. Oh my God, it's a 5, a 6. Holy crap. Come here. Come here. Thanks, baby. Yeah! Woo! Wally! That's a giant. That's a giant.
Boom! Chakalaka! Giant bass!
Now we're talking.
That's a bass right there.
Keep catching them like that, we can do fine, just fine.
Yes, sir. That's a stud, dude.
Oh God, stick. Yeah! How bad is he? Give me a hug. That's a big one.
Yes. I'm out doing Seth's hug from yesterday. Oh my God. Yes. Oh.
That's how you make up ground right there.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Yes, sir. Let's win this thing on smallmouth. No, 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 no. No, you don't. No, you don't. Giant, dude.
That's what you want on day 3.
What a way to end the day, man.
Yes! Boom! Get you a load of that, Bass Nation.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Lake Tenkiller, how is it treating our anglers today? Well, it's a challenge, and it always was going to be a challenge. Any lake in this part of the country, in this quadrant of the country this time of year, is going to be a challenge, but that is that's what these guys are up to, and Stetson Blaylock ahead of Mike Huff by just a few points. This is unofficial. We do have some anglers out there that are not being able to report in. So
Davey reported in a couple of decent stringers from guys that do not have Bass Track today.
So we're speculating about what goes on. I mean, we're counting points today. We're counting points tomorrow, and if you're lucky, they'll count some of your points on Saturday as well, because you got to be in the top 35 to fish on Saturday. If you need the points to make it into Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year to secure your spot in the Classic, man, it's just all 4 days. 4 days is all there is left of this season, and actually 3 and change right now. Let's take a look at something that happened while we were away just moments ago. This is Randy Sullivan.
That is exactly what I'm looking for. I just hope he's a keeper, and I think he is. No, maybe not. Come on, baby. Big money! I'm happy because I figured out what's going on. I mean, they just backed off a little bit. I'm gonna have to throw a shaky head, and it's actually pretty easy to catch them. So, yes. Oh, thank you, Lord.
Now back alive. That was number 2 for Randy Sullivan.
How about that update for everybody? Well, it's funny. I mean, with this falling water, I just needed to make one adjustment, and then I can catch fish now. Just trying to put a limit in, that way I can move on after it. Try to get some bigger fish. This also gives me hope for some bigger fish too, in that they're eating real similar to how I caught them before at Grand. They finally moved out, and it's taken them this whole time, so you couldn't really find it in practice. That's the hardest thing about it. But when they finally move, they move. And they can move quick. It seems like that's what they've done. Let's move out a little bit, get on these points. I didn't catch on to it very fast, or I probably wouldn't have to be still doing this. But I knew coming into this, just to calm me down, I needed to get 5 before I went out there and started taking big risks. Really? Come on. Might do it. Yep, that's the right kind. Ooh. And he keeps. Not a big one, but I'm happy to have him after the struggle I've been having.
Was in the pre-spawn given, but he almost won a Table Rock Open. He was leading going in the final day of the year he qualified. He was leading after 2 days. Earlier in the more like a late winter pattern at Table Rock.
Turd. High tower hooked up now.
Well, Randy told us he finally found him. See if he can get one more in about 2 casts.
I bet you Hightower would love to have a couple of those spotted bass.
Yeah.
Get off of there. I didn't know him be able to make it to the bank and get it either. That ain't the right kind. I mean, that is the right kind, but it's not.
Again, for the viewers, 12 and 16, explain that.
Yeah, so these are largemouth, and their limit here, along with smallmouth, is 16 inches, but I can keep 12-inch spots.
Right.
So I'm looking for spotted bass here, and there's largemouth mixed in with them. They're actually bigger, but we can't keep them. So that's why you're seeing me toss back fish that are actually bigger than the ones I've got in the live well. And I bet I catch another one on this cast.
You watch, Russ. I'm gonna tie this new one on, and I'm gonna set it down, and in like 20 minutes when I pick it up to go throw it, it's gonna be a disaster.
Had a couple big fish come in that could mean a lot to a couple anglers. Jesse Takarani hit with a 310. He's way outside the AOI cut at 58th, about 27 points back. But inside it, Chad Morgan Taylor got his 3.5 pounder. He needs to fill out his limit, but he was like tied for 46th, 47th, trying to stay inside the AOI and get to the Classic.
27 points is within the realm of sneaking in the 50, but
it's a lot to ask, though, Ron. He's got to pass a lot of guys.
Yeah, that's the thing. Your point differential based on how many people, they would have to all finish in the bottom 10, 15 for it to really, for some of those guys.
Bassbait or chatterbait. Another 30 minutes or 40 minutes, an hour to see what's going on. Because it's breezy now, so hopefully reaction bite working it. Still, it's not easy to catch, but just try to cover the water as I can.
I can't be ready for one.
They don't bite shallow like this. You know? All the way in the back.
Hey, is that a spot?
It's a spot.
Yeah. He's got the patch, baby. That's a spot.
Good spot today.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Oh yeah, that's a spotted bass. He counts.
Number 4.
Oh yeah. Nope. Put him in here with it. He keeps jumping over. There's actually a divider here, but it's not real tall. So that, do you got to call that in?
Yeah, you'll put that one. What size?
Oh, let's say 1 8. You think? Think he's that big?
1.8, 1.6. Let's go with 1.6.
Get him back in the top 5. That's correct. That's unofficial, of course.
What's that?
That's safe.
There's a little Rapala Live Watch.
Here we
bonus
go.
coverage
Yes,
for you
sir.
right there, young Patrick Walters. Patrick can hear us. How you doing, man? And tell us a little bit how your day has progressed. What's been the big points?
Man, I'm hanging in there. It's been a decent day. It's actually been pretty tough. You know, I had a game plan. I was going down the lake fishing for smallmouth, and I didn't have a fish at 10 o'clock and actually had to completely abandon that plan. Practice was pretty iffy, but I was going for smallmouth on this tournament. I really was, but they kind of let me down this morning, so I'm up here. I went and filled my limit on spotted bass this morning, and I actually got lucky and caught a big largemouth mixed in with them, and now I'm head hunting. We're looking for a big.
How did your practice go, Patrick? Did you have anything that sort of got you fired up to happen in practice?
Well, I had a good topwater bite going on in practice. I'm sure everybody did. You know, it's fall. I mean, it's early fall. It's still hot. It's 100 degrees. The water's falling. It's just the topwater bite's hard to beat this time of year. And to tell you the truth, it was something different every single day. You know, it's some of my favorite fishing, and it's chunk fishing. You know, there's no rhyme or reason. I got 25 rods on deck right now, and to tell you the truth, it's one of my favorite ways to fish. I don't like keeping one rod in my hand all day. I want to make 5 or 6 casts, change up, and do on something a little bit different.
Patrick, 2 things. Number 1, roll tide. Number 2, can you walk us through how you see this weather change affecting tomorrow?
First of all, straight braid. And today, my game plan was just to survive. I knew today was going to be the tougher day. Every single day of practice, it's gotten tougher into the day. I mean, so the game plan was to survive today, and tomorrow, I mean, straight up go at them. I feel like tomorrow they're really going to bite. You know, it can't get any worse. It's been so hot lately. I think the bite is only going to get better. It just depends on what bite it is. The largemouth guys might catch them, or the smallmouth guys might catch them. My plan is I'm going to make sure I test both cakes.
Patrick, without spilling the beans, not getting into the finer points, how generally do you go about targeting smallmouth on a lake like Tenkiller?
On Tenkiller, all the smallmouth I've found this week have been down the lake, you know, on bluffs, steep banks. I've actually caught a bunch of them in shallow pockets in the backwaters, and mainly it's just been on top water and covering a bunch of water. You know, those smallmouth are aggressive and they're feeding. You just have to cover enough water to really run across them.
Patrick, if you can, just give us your quick thoughts about next year's schedule. One of the lakes you and I actually got to spend some time on together.
I mean, all I got to tell you is you better put a football helmet on and strap on, because it's going to be a slugfest. Every single tournament, I'm really excited about. We're going to have to definitely buckle our chin strap, because we're going to be along for the ride. If you're not catching every single day, you could take a guaranteed 15 pounds in every tournament and you wouldn't win AOY. That's just how good the fishery is going to be next year. And I'm definitely a little bit excited about Santee.
Patrick, we're doing an informal poll, since the one thing that hasn't been announced yet is the location for the Toyota Bassmaster Texas Fest, and so we're asking you guys, and the results of this poll mean absolutely nothing. They will have no effect whatsoever on anyone's decision. What lake in Texas would you like to see that held on?
Anywhere in Texas. Tell you the truth, I would really like another shot at Lake Fork. That one kind of bit me in the butt this year. I felt like I missed the boat a little bit. I caught a lot of fish shallow, But I'm thinking Lake Fork or Sam Rayburn. Between those two, it's I've never been to Sam Rayburn, but flip of a coin, I'm down for either one.
Anything up the river have any lure for you? Why would someone go far up the river on Tenkiller here?
Just looking for largemouth. You know, I only caught 2 good largemouth up here in practice. They were both right at 4 pounds. I mean, they were good fish. So if you catch one up here, I mean, he's going in the box. It's just this water, it's falling about a foot every single day, which has really been hurting the fishing. But that's going to put them on key stuff. I mean, the more that water falls, the better those fish are going to get eventually. So my goal is just to cover as much water, and when you find that little sweet spot, it could go down.
What would you generally say are likely key spots? What sorts of bits of structure or things down there that you would look for?
Well, it's going to be hard spots outside of points, right outside of the pockets, you know, off of these flats, areas where they really have to evacuate, where they're going to push to. It's the next stopping spot. It's just, I look at it identical. Oh, guy. But I look at it identical to how I would pre-spawn. It's where are those fish going to stage at? And so those fish, when they're staging, they're doing the same thing when they're leaving. They're just hitting a stopping spot on the way out. And whoever finds that spot this week, I feel like is going to really be able to catch them. There's probably somebody who caught 50 fish today. It's just when you get on that right spot, you can really knock their light out.
Patrick, you've done well in some of the heavier weight tournaments early in the year. Do you like these tournaments that are a grinder like this?
Tell you the truth, there's a group of them right there. There's a freaking wad. But tell you the truth, these are the ones I prefer all day, every day. I really love tough tournaments. It's back up for a second. I'll grab a speed crawl. These tough tournaments are by far my favorite ones. I'm usually not good at the slugfest, tell you the truth. So this year was a little bit different story. But no, I prefer a grinder all day, every day. But it's just something I love to junk fish. I love to have 100 rods on deck because it makes it tough. You have to fish more by natural instincts instead of by finding just one spot. And I feel like that's where a lot of the good guys excel.
Patrick, thanks so much for letting us intrude. We're going to let you exploit that little water fish that you found down there. And good luck with that. And we'll see you about weigh-in time.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
You bet. Some of our scribes, some of our commentators have noted the number of rods on people's decks there, and Patrick Walters was cited as one of the most.
I don't even want to measure him because I know he's going to be so close. Russell! Yes! Yes, he did. God. Dude, it's so bad you get so excited over that. I didn't weigh him, Russ, but you can put him in there as like 2 pounds. Yeah, really throw them all off. I've seen Canterbury just doing nothing but running around all day today. Okay. I can't believe I just got a keeper. It's been like 5 hours.
This is very meaningful for Drew Cook right here as we watch it over again.
Yep.
Allow him to unofficially catch back up, maybe overtake Scott Canterbury.
Thank you, sir. Anything that keeps is a good one here.
Those 2 locking horns at the top of the list, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Yeah, I caught one spot this morning right there where the rocky bank stops and turns to pebble right before it goes back to rock. right there. That channel touches that thing.
Well, that could be a very, very important bass right there.
Could be a strategic fish,
so
to
happy.
say the least, for Drew Cook right there.
So
Gives him
sad.
4. It's way on up the leaderboard. He has sort of been falling for the last, well, he mentioned it, 5 hours or so. So breaking the drought, getting out of a little midday slump and getting something going.
Wow.
For our second place angler, Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year and leader, Dick's Sporting Goods Rookie of the Year contest. Stetson Blaylock still the man on top. Kentucky's Mike Huff, Brandon Card, Chris Zaldane, and Dale Hightower. We've been with Dale all day long, got off to a good, quick start. There's still some guys coasting on what they were able to do in the first 2 hours of this day. It may change up, though, tomorrow. You really don't know. We're going to take ourselves a break. We've got 1 more hour of Bassmaster live fishing to bring you, so stick around. We will be right back.
Live coverage of the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller will return after this short break.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing is back, and it's time for you to get in on the action. Sign up for free and pick your 5-man team to compete against your friends and thousands of bass fans from around the country. How will you stack up against the best? The grand prize winner will receive a 2019 Nitro Z18 boat with Mercury motor worth over $32,000. The 11 weekly winners will each receive a $2,500 Bass Pro Shops gift card and another $500 if you're a Bass member. Sign up and pick your team today at BassmasterFantasy.com. If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S. today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S. cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
It's just crazy. I'm still in shock. It just was meant to be for me this week.
We all have places we go that make us feel most alive. Sometimes it's a destination. Sometimes it's a pursuit. It's difficult to define, but when we're there, we know it. Time slows down, smiles come easier, and the sense of calm is medicine for the soul. Now we join pro angler and 2017 Bassmaster Classic winner Jordan Lee as he takes us bass fishing in his home state of Alabama. This is his element.
So growing up in Alabama, it's really made me the fisherman I am today. There's a ton of different lakes that offer a different variety of fishing. Lake Guntersville, Smith Lake, you have spotted bass, you have river fishing, you have, highland impoundment. So that's one of the reasons I feel like it's got me where I'm at today is growing up in Alabama. I started tournament fishing when I was early on in high school, 9th, 10th grade, and I started out of a John boat, a 99 horsepower on a little lake called Lake Atoma and near my hometown in Coleman, Alabama, and that's really where I learned how to, read the water and learn different techniques, and I built off that lake, kind of carried that to Guntersville, where I really got into the tournament scene there. And that's really when I knew that, hey, this is something I want to do for a living. In my high school years is when that all went down. College fishing was definitely a big step for me and a big part of why I'm here today. And there was a lot of opportunities that College Bass and that Bassmaster really opened up for the younger generation, and it was something that I took advantage of. And when I won the College Classic bracket, it really opened up a lot of doors for me. And qualifying for the Classic was a dream of mine. It's something that every angler dreams of, is fishing the Bassmaster Classic. And 3 years later, after fishing the Elite Series, and I was fortunate enough to win the Bassmaster Classic in 2017, and that was really the highlight of my career, and that's the highlight of any angler's career. So it's definitely been a dream come true. When I first got hooked on bass fishing, it was to feel that fish on the end of the rod, end of the line, and to feel that pull. And that's something that hadn't gone away from me since the first. I can vividly remember my first encounter with catching 4 and 5 pounders, and when I was 10 years old, and that same feeling is the same feeling I get now, even after fishing professionally. Hooking that fish and finding that fish in the boat is something that will never get old. And the tournament fishing aspect of it is, it brings out the competition. I'm competing against the fish, day in and day out. There's always something to learn, and that's what I love about it. That's why fishing is my element.
Though they are often very different, each of us shares our own unique connection with the outdoors, a passion that drives us, defines us, and centers us. It's where we're most at home. It's where we're in our element.
Let's go. Wake the streets up.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
Let's get out there. Let's get back on Lake Tenkiller for the final hour plus for some of the anglers, depending on their start time today. Hour plus of fishing left to go. Those are unofficial weights right there. Some of our anglers
Brandon
have not had a
Card.
weigh. Brandon Card, the man on top. He's just overtaken Stetson Blaylock, so obviously had a good fish catch out there. Mike Huff, we saw him do very well today. Chris Saldane, Hightower, Walters, Patrick Walters moving up today. Had a good little conversation with Patrick about
Absolutely did. Always love talking to young Patrick Walters.
Sure.
But interesting, a lot of times that we've got Brandon Card on camera, looking forward to covering him tomorrow. He is a top water fanatic, right?
That's right, that's right. Good point, good point. We look forward to that. If we can somehow get him in our top.
Oh, I think that's fair that we're gonna tomorrow, I'd
yeah.
say.
He's within a pound of
he just
breaking
come
your
up
mark.
You're right.
Until I'm wrong, I just want to let you know.
Straight out of the water. A little bass about that long, jump straight out behind him. It's like those people, Shark Week, pulling that little seal dummy, Seal Island.
Oh, I like that Seal Island stuff.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I do.
You like that trickery and sleight of hand?
Like to go kneeboarding behind a boat there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Get you a little black and white tuxedo to wear. We'll see how it works out. Yeah.
Right.
So while it's
A
pictured,
wetsuit.
right there, Dale Hightower's cameraman's checking out some tires, and Nick Ratliff got second in the championship here, obviously won the bracket. He said he had three things going. We saw him flipping a spoon in marinas about as far back as you could or on slips with cedar trees. But the other two deals were schooling fish around those break walls and tires. The tires kind of kept bait around, and that's where schoolers would happen. And then they had another one where they would fish like all those concrete bases to the cables that hold those. They would fish off of them. It seemed like that was where
The
bait
marina
was gathered.
cables, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
All of the different patterns are marina based, but it wasn't specifically just the slips or just the shade or whatever.
Lots of bait, lots of small bass around here.
One more cast. Right there. That's it.
Scott Canterbury still stuck on 4 fish and hasn't made that limit yet.
He has one over. One?
One over.
Yes.
I believe you're right. I believe you're right.
That one was killing me. Slaughtering me. It ain't quite the right exact kind of work.
Dale Hightower has 3 over.
At least it's got a screw lock.
Hunter Schrock just got one, a 3.5 pounder.
He's hit it 5 times. Some little old bitty ones, they can't get it. Go. Now then, cook them with grease.
Andy Sullivan.
I've only got
Fish will be
2.
right on the cut line
Yeah.
for tomorrow's
We
end of
both
day.
added the same fish. I didn't know he had added it when I put it in. I wish I had that third one like that. I'd be feeling a whole lot better. Yeah, it should with the weather coming in. Today is just about survival.
Local news team out there.
Like the real news?
Action team. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Putting you on the news.
Yeah, it's good, nice.
wind gets a little more persistent every hour out here. It's going to be, relative to this, it's going to be howling tomorrow.
What'd you say tomorrow's winds are?
10 to 20 is what I read out of the southeast, and they swap around west a little bit for Saturday and Sunday. Still thinking about that next year's schedule. Chickamauga kind of fell into place this week. Some big ones there.
Yes,
I mean,
that's going to be a good one. Really good.
Perfect time for that, you think?
There will be some big ones. They'll be at their maximum weight.
Okay.
It was interesting listening to Drew Cook talking about Eufaula. That lake's been, the local tournaments there, the regional event, they've been unbelievable the last 24 months.
Somebody also just caught the largest alligator ever caught in Georgia.
Wait, what?
From there, 14-footer.
That's insane.
Just recently.
14-footer?
14-footer, like 9 days ago. No, first of the month.
So if you heard Harvey Horn talking to the news folks, he said, I wish I had that one the same size as the other one. I think it's the same fish put in twice, so instead of 3 good keepers, he only has 2. So we will drop him back.
Okay.
Well, size-wise.
Yes, sir.
Which lakes are you most excited about? And just,
The St. Johns River and Waddington for sure. You know, going back to the Pulaska, fishing the St. Johns and going back to, this was my first year to ever get to fish there on the St. River or the St. Lawrence River. And it's, I mean, I speak for probably everybody. That's so much fun. It's definitely, if you've never done it, it's something you need to go try and do because it's unbelievable, the fishery there. I'm definitely looking forward to going back there, but you know, I'm happy with our first spot again. You know, there's always a tournament you'd like to have back, and that's the St. Johns River is one I'd like to have back.
That's in Blaylock?
Wow.
Wow.
That'd be number 5.
That looks like a big one,
Looked like
too,
a
didn't it?
big one,
Yeah.
man.
Maybe we can catch another look at that at some point.
if that marina right there.
Yeah, no, I didn't. But they called
Again?
yeah, and I've got you on, but I've had it pointed down.
Oh, I'm on the mix.
Evidently.
We don't know exactly when that bit of footage was from, or if that's live footage right now.
I think that's live.
Could be live. Okay, that is bonus coverage. Okay.
Whether he wants it to be bonus or not.
That's right. Until he was coaching the angle of that camera right there.
Yeah, so we're going to be a little bit in the...
So when he hangs up the bonus coverage and adds in that solid number 5 that we saw put in there, that if it's more than a pound and a half, which it looked to be, he's going to be in the lead.
Okay.
And if it's 2.5, he's at Zona's predicted weight.
Killed it. I mean, it got worse every day anyhow, but I think it's over. Did you say you had a biggin? That's a dang biggin. Found you a frogfish or something. No.
Sounds like Jake Whitaker.
That's a biggin there. I caught about 8 largemouths this morning and a smallmouth. And 1 keeper. I'm talking about I had a bunch of 15.5s too. Yeah.
A 7-foot 3 Amistad rod. It's a
I don't want to move up there.
Let's take a move now from Randy Sullivan, the Texan, back over to Florida's Drew Cook.
Kind of lived in this area.
Yes, he's not strayed far. A lot of reasons were outlined earlier today about reasons to get back in these creeks and ever further sometimes. Beautiful place. You can see these tropical storm clouds starting to gather up and move in. The outer bands going counterclockwise. Hold on.
God dang.
That one helps the cause there.
That'll go.
Oh yeah. All over it. Oh, Russ, we got a limit. Oh my God, I'm about to cry.
You can see right there, about 1,000 bluegill.
You put him in there, 2 pounds. I thought it was a daggum big one.
2 to 4 inches.
Chris Johnson had just caught a 2 3/4 pounders to get up to 9th, and I think Cook's fish are going to supplant him.
This is going to be the 5th fish for Drew Cook. Should put him back in the top 10, maybe as high as 8th place.
God, I don't know what to do. Should I throw him out or not?
That's an AOY decision.
I got to catch one within like the next 5 minutes for me to be able to throw him back.
So I don't mind.
So what's the worst case scenario weather-wise out of all the options? Or are they all just different?
Being hot again. Being hot again. Then I guess probably dropping the water, would probably be worst case scenario for me. Just the water continue to fall. Eventually those bait fish and bass will have to come out.
Blaylock's 5th fish winning is a 2.5 pounder. He's got 12,
Just a
6
matter
on the day
of
in the
making
lead.
adjustments.
Drew Cook's up to 9th. Canterbury's now 24th. And he needs his 5th fish. Bill Lowen has moved ahead of him with his 4th fish by 1 spot.
Ahead of Canterbury?
Yes,
Yeah.
23rd and 24th. There's our AOY race there with Blaylock looking to make up some ground. Zaldane's up there too, 4th place.
Well, that was huge, getting a limit for Drew Cook there for sure.
That's a pretty clutch fish right there.
Yeah.
Really need one big one.
Tommy, begs the question. Just got to see some images. Have you ever spent any time at that 6-shooter resort right there?
No, I never have. There's I guess that's on 6-Shooter Creek. That's the name of the creek, I think.
Look at that right there.
Uh-oh.
Time.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's where happy hour is every hour.
We're locked and loaded for fun. I think that may be there.
Where we're at.
Yeah. You have been on Tenkiller, right?
Yes.
Yeah, spent some time there.
Yeah. Got to fish with the man there.
Yeah, Christy lives just up
fished
park
several days. And what's been interesting is to see several areas that we fished together today. It obviously looks a lot different. The water's a lot clearer. But I mean this. Lake is full of them.
That's what everybody says. Everyone says so.
That feels awesome.
TV fishing show fans of a certain age have all had plenty of views of Lake Tenkiller. Jimmy Houston. Jimmy Houston cooks in Oklahoma.
I think Jimmy owns half the lake. The land on the lake.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
I got a tweet from Deborah Hanks, said they had a 1997 Bass and Gals Pro-Am there on Tenkiller. 300 competitors.
Wow. 300 on that lake that was capacity, I would imagine, back in the day, and would be now.
Drew Cook. Give it up to Drew Cook, man.
Yeah,
he has had a rough couple weeks, and to put a solid limit in the boat today, hats off to him, man. That's awesome.
Critical limit in that points race for sure.
I believe. Whoa.
A couple guys not on Bass Track climb in between Canterbury and Stetson Blaylock. He could be. We're sure going to have a shakeup.
Oh, yeah. Everything's moving. Everything's in flux. And
it's so bad you get so excited over that.
So great this morning. Got to talk to him before takeoff. Hey, can you give us a ballpark idea of your game plan? I don't have one. Don't have one.
Just got here. Thanks.
He has put it together. Very cool.
So Stetson Blaylock put a good keeper in the live well. That moved him up to a pretty good lead ahead of Brandon Card. Mike Huff has been solid all day long. Chris Zaldane, don't take your eyes off that guy. He could break things wide open at any old time. Chris Johnston joining the top 10 as well. We got another half hour of fishing on the way. We'll be right back on Bassmaster Live Show.
The Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Cherokee Casino Tahlequah is now open. More entertainment, dining, and convention options at the new Cherokee Casino property. With over 525 of today's most exciting electronic games, a 144-seat restaurant loaded with all your favorites, a brand new grab-and-go cafe, rockin' live music venue, plus a full-service bar and complimentary non-alcoholic beverages. The game is better than ever at the new Cherokee Casino Tahlequah, now open 3307 South 7 Clans Avenue.
Almost time for me to go.
Well, what if I...
Drove me home?
What if we lost track of time?
What if we took a leap of faith?
What if you...
Missed my flight next week?
The all-new RAV4. Toyota. Let's go places.
You sons of fishes. Ain't enough fish on this lake for 2 clubs.
Really? Well, we see plenty of fish live with Panoptics.
Yep. Dang! We should get Panoptics. Maybe we'll just take yours.
What's going on here? You boys have license?
Yes, sir. Nope. There he is. Oh, I got him.
Succeeding at the highest levels of fishing requires intense drive. Doing so with a boat that merely suffices isn't good enough. To lead the pack, you need a top-performing boat that gives you a clear view of the goal. a powerful boat that accelerates you to the top of the leaderboard. Triton is always looking one step ahead. That's why it's the driving force of performance fishing.
Hey Bass members, Dale Jr. here. As an avid outdoorsman, it is great to see that Nationwide supports conservation efforts to preserve fisheries and waterways. Did you know that you can get a special discount on auto, boat insurance, and more with Nationwide? Call this number or go to nationwide.com/bass to learn more. Nationwide is on your side.
Sleek new design with easy control file. The clearest images underwater with uncompromising range. Live mapping from the touchscreen. View notifications, video, even Google Maps on screen. And for the first time ever, real-time view of fish movements with live sight sonar. HDS Live. New from Lowrance.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Craig Morgan here to put a plastic drop-in bed liner head-to-head with our Line-X spray-on bed liner. Let's see which one comes out ahead. Let's face it, these drop-in bed liners look cheap. They're made of low-quality black plastic that's sure to fade, crack, or warp over time. Line-X, on the other hand, can be color-matched, is fade-resistant, and sprayed seamlessly over your existing bed. It's guaranteed to perform for life. So drop the drop-in and Line-X it!
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Do things. Be sane. Don't fritter away your time. Create. Act. Take a place wherever you are. And be somebody. Get action.
At the pinnacle of super high output, 4-stroke outboard performance, you'll find Yamaha V-Max SHO. Yamaha's game-changing SHO technology. From exhilarating V6 models to the sleek inline 4s, there's a V-Max SHO for everything from bass to bonefish. It's an extended family of 4-strokes engineered for lightweight, inspiring performance, and rock-solid reliability. Discover V-Max SHO and elevate your expectations.
It's the Cherokee Casino Tahlequah Bassmaster Elite at Lake Tenkiller, being brought to you live by Cherokee Casino Tahlequah.
So important, making the most of every single day you get to fish out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And of course, every day counts just the same as the other. But this time of year, you know more exactly how much you need to make out of that day. And we'll get a lot of information, the anglers, more importantly, we'll get it back. But let's take a look at our Mercury move of the day. Sometimes it's a move on the lake, sometimes it's a move up the leaderboard. How about a move from lake to lake?
What?
I mean, these guys.
Have you ever done that before?
I never have. I just thought I might try something new and
piece of work.
Sorry, but I'm just trying to keep it fresh.
Well done.
Trying to keep it vital and fresh.
And you have definitely done that.
These guys were not expecting Lake Tenkiller back in the first part of August, but everyone has adapted and done what they need to do in order.
Let me get this straight. Yeah. Your Mercury move of the day was from Fort Gibson to Tenkiller.
Tenkiller,
That's thinking outside of the box, friend.
Perfect summation
well done.
of exactly what that is. Well perceived, friend.
Well, we're going to blend this into an unofficial Humminbird lay of the lake.
Okay.
Right here.
Yeah, it's a hybrid.
That's right. We're not scared. We're not scared to mix it up a little bit here on Bassmaster Live at all.
Not scared in any way.
And a big hats off. I'm going to say it again. Big hats off to Drew Cook. Drew Cook, only with 1 day of practice, has a limit in his live well. Going to sneak back around the corner right now. Dale Hightower, how about Bassmaster?
Live. Oh, this is while we were away. Dale already with the limit in his live well.
Bassmaster moments ago.
3 keepers.
There he is.
Largemouth with a couple spots. And this is just a couple of minutes ago.
Maybe. He might go 12.
Spotted bass.
It's going to be close.
No, I don't think he has 5. This would be no.
This would be number 5.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay.
His 3 good ones, that spot we saw.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. They're just the one spot. That's right. So this is only spot number 2.
Looky there.
I mean, he's 12 inches right there.
Dead dumb line burner right there.
Oklahoma line.
No pinching of the tails in the Elite Series. Just fan the tail. Can't pinch the tail.
We're going to say he's a... We'll give him a pound. Number 5. That feels good. I wish there was a 5-pounder. A 2.5 or 3 would be good. But I can guarantee you, I've lost by less than a pound many times. Or cost me money anyway.
And we're back live with Dale Hightower. Excuse me.
I need a biggin.
Going to give a little bit of a shout out to some of our college angler viewers right now that are in class and actually watching Bassmaster Live. Don't do that.
No.
Don't, yeah. Don't do the boomerang.
You talking to your sons?
Don't do that.
Are you talking to your
Zona
kids?
Thomas, Thomas kids, don't do that.
Hey, it works out. If you're a college angler that likes fishing, it'll work out. It'll work out.
Just a history lecture.
Oh.
In 10 years, will they remember the question that they missed watching Bass Live, or will they remember awesome whopper plopper blow-ups?
That's a good point.
I mean, come
Point
on.
well made.
I mean, I don't remember what I did. Sorry, teachers, mom, dad.
Johnston brothers. Chris is up to 6th place. Corey's in 12th. Both of them had 2 3/4 pounders in the last little while.
There's going to be some teacher light you up for that, Ronnie.
I'm not invited back to my alma mater for lessons anyways. It doesn't matter. They're like, you work in bass fishing? I'm like, yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm like, it's pretty cool, guys. Come on.
Thanks, Ron.
I got to fend them off, too.
You work in bass fishing?
Teachers Lounge is for teachers, Ronnie.
Yeah.
When I tell them that I put food on the table at my house, they are even more impressed. They're like, "That
What's
is
your
awesome."
side job? Beach volleyball?
Lifeguard?
Wood cutting.
You know, listen, Ron, I've told you early. I've told you often. Okay, friend? I look for the drums to build before I enter. They're not building right now.
It's a warning.
I can't hold down my. Oh, there it is. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
there we go.
Crank up the machine. Let's drop the clutch. You know what? Here again, and we often have this, do we not, Tom Sanders?
Yep.
We often have discriminating power pole replay of the day opinions.
Yes. Differentiation.
You know what I mean?
But then,
I personally, I believe the first hour, we're going to give it to Dale Hightower.
Absolutely.
3 fantastic blow-ups on a whopper plopper. Got the job done. Actually, still potential. We may be with him tomorrow if he catches one more really solid oversized. Well, Dale Hightower, throughout the day, you were also the first and second power pole replay of the day. And per usual, the production trailer trumped the studio and said, "Hey, Dale, you've owned the entire day.
Wow.
You are the power pole replay of the day." I personally, and I believe you, wanted to give it to Drew Cook.
Well, Drew Cook, a little bit of drama in the Drew Cook story as well.
right.
This was not present in the Dale's. Both of them worthy of replay of the day.
So I guess Dale Hightower, you deserve the first 2. Discrepancy on power pole replay of the day number 3. But we're giving it to you, bud.
Okay.
Dale Hightower, you are the power pole replay of the day.
Okay. With an asterisk.
I think so. It had some punch.
Yeah.
Micah Frazier coming from nowhere with a 3-pounder up to 11th place.
I'm really interested tomorrow when we have our cameras on the leaders to get a look at the different techniques that played today and how they'll bring that in to the weather change tomorrow. I think tomorrow will be a really, really informative how-to day on Bassmaster Live, especially on a lake as tough as Tenkiller this time of year. Yes.
It'd be a very critical day for a lot of guys, points-wise, to make it into, have a shot at those last 2 days of fishing here.
Yusuke Miyazaki, tough day.
Oh, man.
Tough day.
Caught a few shorts. A couple of them pretty close, but 16-inch limit, largemouth and smallmouth. It's hard to get over sometimes.
You know what's interesting? When we talk about, and I don't like to dwell, when we talk about power pole PP replay of the days, power pole replay of the days, is it seems to me that anytime we get a great camera shot on a topwater bait, it's got a pretty good chance.
It's a shoe-in. Yeah. Can't deny that. It's more visual usually than it is emotional.
That's exactly right.
You can't
That's
replay
right.
an emotion.
It
You can't replay an emotion.
Shows our, at times, shallowness.
I hang my head and agree with you at that point. We resolve to do better. Keith Combs still hanging in the top 10.
Yeah.
Brock Mosley, we've not had an opportunity to run down Brock Mosley today for some bonus coverage. It'd be interesting to see what he was, where he was fishing.
One thing that has somewhat surprised me is we don't know with at least our leaders. I thought you'd see one or two guys offshore today. I really did. Ron,
Agreed.
Yep. Maybe we will tomorrow.
What's really crazy is this lake had 140 boats in the college championship, and it didn't seem that crowded. Like, obviously, you're like, oh, there's 5 guys fishing a marina, but the marina's a mile and a half long.
Right.
So it didn't seem super crowded, but looking at the map earlier, there was like 3 anglers or 4 anglers within 5 miles of the dam, it seemed, which to me was a little weird because I expected a couple more people to be in that range, vertically fishing some fish, schooling fish. The marina's down there. There's a couple pockets in there, and that's really steep bank down there. I'm surprised we haven't seen more people near the dam.
Such, I understand you put a map together for us during break.
Oh, do you?
That's what the rumor was.
Yeah,
A map?
We've heard there's a map that's going to explain a lot of, important things for us right now. So we're just waiting on that to get vetted and
Exactly.
get the music
right.
going a little bit so we can roll it in properly.
Going to take a look at our unofficial leaderboard right here. And we believe, like we said, we believe, very, very, very unofficial leaderboard right there. Stetson Blaylock, 10 pounds, 6 ounces. A solid, solid day.
Dale Hightower moved back up into the top 5. Tie for 3rd with Mike Huff. Chris Zaldane, don't take your eyes off him. Of course, at the end of day number 3, you want to take notice of who's in 10th place, because 2 out of the last 3 events,
That's
it's been one from out of 10th place.
Exactly right.
Might be a little tougher here on Tenkiller to do that.
So this is the map that I spoke of. Such absolutely
Mosley.
getting
Okay.
after it, putting a sweet map together.
Good job.
The bottom end of Lake Tenkiller, taking a look at Brock Mosley, and you could tell a lot of people coming into this tournament thought that the mid-lake region of Lake Tenkiller, that's going to be our Humminbird lay of the lake with your unofficial top 10, a lot of them grouped together. And interestingly enough, and this is something we do not know as of yet, after the weigh-in today with Dave Mercer, did any of that upriver region play? We got to, like we said, we talked to Jason Christie. He felt that an angler could get away from the pack, do something different that could be a player that we do not know until after this weigh-in today.
Brandon Card was certainly in that direction. I think maybe he's probably still considered in the lake proper right there, but
just barely past the bridge,
yeah.
just a hair upriver. That is your Humminbird lay of the lake. Such, well done, friend.
Patrick Walters is up there past the bridge as well.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, E.
Boy, they are fishing one certain region of this lake right now.
Yeah, that's the upper end of the lake is
one thing we're noting, 8 events are in the books. This is the 9th regular season event. 8 events in the books, and 3 of them have been won by the leader on the final day. All the other ones have been people from not in the lead.
Throw that again, Ron.
Of the 8 events,
only 3.
Only 3 leaders going in the final day have won. Brandon Cobb both times, and Stetson Blaylock.
Wow.
Chris Johnston led St. John's. Rick Clunn won there. I think Zaldane or David Mullins was leading. Maybe Paul Mueller. I don't know. Those stats. I just tricked myself up. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, Greg DePalma, right?
At most, only 50% of the elites this year have been won by the leader.
What's that? DePalma just got a 3-pounder, jumped into our top 10 at 6th.
Let's say Greg DePalma
knocking
had
out
a great
Cook.
tournament on St. Lawrence. New Jersey guy.
Canterbury still needs that 5th fish. He's fallen to 26th. No telling the guys were missing on Bass Track in between him and the other guys vying for the AOY title.
Principal among them, Drew Cook, who was in 11th place unofficially also. So they may be closer than they appear, or they may be farther away than they appear.
Might just go run down the lake, throw a topwater. It's got to be a 2.5 pounder to cull.
We don't get to see everything and everyone's relationship to everyone else out here, but it looks to me like there haven't been a lot of guys, fighting for a single spot. A bunch of people. They've been spread out a little bit
here and there, but
zero recreational traffic. Of course, the school takes up, that kind of goes way down.
Is it deer season also in Oklahoma?
I wouldn't think so. Not for.
Is it not?
Not for a while, no. When is it deer season in Michigan?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
That happens
2 weeks.
way earlier up there.
Yeah, archery season in Oklahoma starts October 1st.
All right, same Michigan, same. Yeah.
There we go.
And
Yes.
I'll tell you what.
Is that why?
Exactly right. See, it gets back into that old question we asked years ago on Bassmaster Live. If you were bow hunting and you saw E.T. in the woods, would you, if you had a permit? Man, I know this upsets Michael Middleton, our executive producer. Me, all in.
Okay.
All in.
If you got a permit, I mean, it's kind of hard to.
2 things I would be after: E.T. or Predator.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
One would end up really bad.
How about Bigfoot? This region here is known for Bigfoot sightings or Bigfoot conferences.
Here?
Yeah, in Oklahoma, yeah.
There's a little difference between Bigfoot sightings and Bigfoot which is
well,
it?
both. They go there, have conferences, and go out searching for
so they
signs of
conference a
Bigfoot.
while and go hunting Bigfoot.
Apparently.
Now, I went to a Magical Fest conference once for a weekend. Magic tricks and stuff like that.
Sure. Oh, yeah. What is their name for the Bigfoot up here? I mean, it's the Fouke Monster down in Arkansas. What is it?
The what?
The Fouke Monster. Legend of Boggy Creek, famous movie.
He's looking.
Oh, yeah. Such
he will get on the Google.
He's just Bigfoot.
He'll find out for you.
But you got to have a size 16 to attend the Bigfoot conferences, I hear.
Good one.
Busting right here, side of the boat.
Dale, can you just quickly break down the day for me? How's it gone for you?
Well, we started today in the very back of a pocket on some stem grass, just throwing a topwater bait, just trying to cover water pretty much. The bait fish are in the back, the bass are back there, and they're just feeding on them in the morning times in the backs of those pockets. They're dropping the water so that I look for that bite to kind of go away or at least come out a little further. But for now, it's find the bait, and that's where the fish are. Even some of these docks I'm fishing around and catching some fish off of it, the bait fish have to be present. Without the bait fish being present, I just haven't been able to catch anything. So that's it's a grind out here. It's tough. The fishing's tough, and it's tough for everybody. But the guy that adjusts every day will be victorious.
All right, a good assessment of it. Dale's kind of unsure as to whether this is what he was able to do this morning is going to hold out through 4 days or even for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone who's got a limit, I will say this, have earned it today.
No doubt about it.
It is hard
Tommy
work.
Sanders.
It is
Correct
hard
me if
work.
I'm Ron Moore. We will be on top 5 tomorrow, correct? Top 6 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Got to see Dave Mercer earlier today. Weigh-in coming up at 3:10 Eastern Time.
Too far away. Some of our guys will start to check in fairly soon here. And we'll get the full story because there was a lot we weren't able to bring you on Bass Track today. So The weigh-in's essential viewing if you want to get a proper snapshot of what's happened on day one here on Lake Tenkiller in Oklahoma.
Who's that Jacksonville Jaguar quarterback you're looking forward to seeing tonight? Gardner
Minshew.
That's exactly
Gardner
right,
Minshew.
Tommy said. We will see all of you tomorrow on Bassmaster.
Live, of course.
Minshew.